All right. Evening. Okay, there we go. Now, in typical Seamus fashion, I mislabeled the video. So, and the thumbnail thing doesn't seem to be updating. So you want to refresh or whatever. I put the new stuff in. It's Felix's interview that I didn't finish on the SITREP referral. So my apologies. And I had to delete the tweet because it was saying that it was Chris, and it's not Chris. I've already finished Chris. Oh. One day. Oh, where's my pin? One moment. I feel badly without my remembrance pin on. It's on my jacket. Let me get this set up here. Where is it? There we go. This one. Okay, so we're going to go back here. How's everybody tonight? Maybe I'll try and read Current's interview after this. I'll make a separate video. Too many things to do. Very glad to have Oh Dear joining us live. Okay, there we go. Better. All right, now, there we go. Let's say some good evenings. Oh, Lynn, okay. And Tara, how are you doing? Cindy, Sarah G, Nosy, Linda M, Peter, Nikki Lewis, CK, 24. Costing more lives. Tragedy doesn't end, does it? This is why it just can't be brushed under the rug anymore. Glenn B. Wacko. Glad to do it. Everyone should be aware of government BS. Yes. I need to get tweeting everybody who is interested in the Emergency Act, which of course conveniently is going on while the shit is hitting the fan over here. Nothing strange there. Rob Clayton, but Oh Dear is streaming that very kindly every day. Lynn M, and Donna, you have watched every video tonight. Was the first time you got a notification. You've watched every video? Yeah, Zook. Julia Jones. Did you watch all the deleted ones? The pre-edited by somebody else ones? Thank you, Oh Dear. Yes, many thank yous. Many thank yous to Oh Dear. Nicole, got so many great people helping out. We're a lucky team, right? Anyway, so once again, I mislabeled the video initially, and my apologies. So we're doing the completion of the other night of Felix on Sunday, tragically, Leon passing, right? So if that's a word, I don't know what word to use. That's all. So when that came down, I was in the middle of that news came out. I was in the middle of reading Felix's SiRT, getting right to the nitty gritty almost of the SITREP. We just started into it, funnily enough, and tragically that news came along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up basically to the point that they start with the questions on, so you can watch the first part of the interview, which was done last Sunday, but I'm going to move to the part where the SITREP referral comes up. Okay, so this is page 38 for those of you who are following along. I believe I've linked the correct interview below. We've got biddies in here. Okay, biddies, hello. The two biddies invasion. We got Nancy and Linda, the biddies. Happy birthday. What? Okay, well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Nobody wants to hear that. Now, I hope you're having a super day. Fifth, are you supposed to say that? Are you supposed to? Is a woman supposed to say her age? Is a man supposed to repeat it? Would be another question. I don't know. These things. So happy birthday to Nancy. And as Linda says, something about aged. I'll leave that part out. Hardly biddy material. It's just a joke from before. Okay, so those of you who are familiar with the SITREP referral, I think this is quite a serious issue. Why? Because this is developing in December 2019. I've shown in some earlier videos. Happy birthday. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's cakes and cupcakes and all kinds of things going out. Good things. Presents for the present. I didn't send a present. I don't. I'm sorry. That's my present is, how about my song? You got me to sing. Why I think the SITREP referral is so serious is because if there was if the police response that evening was impacted in any way by their inability to call upon Truro, because it seems to be Truro is the department. Let's see, where are we? Is that it? Right. Okay, so if we go here, we can see July 7th. This is on the right-hand side is the newly issued notes for Chris Leather. Noticeable difference, isn't there? On the right-hand side is the newer one. On the left-hand side is the older one, which was released quite a long time ago. if you leaf through his notebooks. July 7th. Okay. And in the July 7th, in the older ones, we get some more pieces of information. We get about how it came out of the Pictou statement, re Truro, and a 2-hour recorded statement left in December 2020. Or sorry, December 2019. Okay, so that's prior. Now, this is when it would have been uncovered it appears to be how it came to light is through Sergeant Bernard. So if the RCMP felt that they couldn't call upon Truro, wow, that would make a huge difference. No, you're down a ton of manpower. Perhaps this whole thing could have been prevented very early on, right? If they could have called upon Truro, if in fact that's true. And we know that it's very serious in terms of the cover-up. And in here we have the mention of Chief Cacchione, which is extremely interesting because Chief Cacchione, if she did have knowledge, it says here, Chief Cacchione has knowledge of some of the information Pictou confided in Julia. Now, if she had prior knowledge of that and did nothing with it, well, now we're talking about the president of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, who is Julia Cacchione, former Kentville Chief of Police. That would be even more alarming. So we've got a lot of mentions of cover-up, complicity. Chris Leather seems to be doing as much as he can with this. The SIRT referral went immediately to the commissioner. I don't believe that's normal. I don't believe. Straight to the commissioner's office on July 10th. They knew about it in June. And then that was coming to light via Diamopolis, I believe. IMT came out. So then they were trying to deal with that. And anyway, we'll move along. Could also explain why Chief called Leather instead of a lower member. Ex-Truro department switched to RCMP. Okay, did you see Shari Pictou? Did you see reference to Shari Pictou versus Pictou detachment? Oh, okay, sorry. Is re-Pictou statement? Oh, okay, hold on one moment then. So are you saying then it isn't Pictou? Because that would make a little bit more sense. There were two town halls, to my knowledge. There was one that was done in Amherst, and there was the one done in Bible Hill. So this Pictou reference, I haven't quite understood. I assumed, I guess maybe incorrectly. Is that what you're suggesting? That it's Shari Pictou, as in the person, Shari Pictou, versus... Aha, okay, you are. Okay, very interesting. I have seen her name pop up before. So, okay, very good. Thank you. All right, well then maybe this is another angle that we can start to look at it. Shari Pictou, yes. I have seen the name come up. So, all right, well maybe we can do a little sleuthing after this is done, and I don't know if I can recall where I saw the Pictous, but her mention. But I have seen her name mentioned in a couple of documents. Interesting. All right, so let's start right here at the 51:55 minute. Mark Underhill. I'd like now to move into the SIRT referral that came to you from H Division in July 2020. Are you familiar with that referral? Felix Cacchione, former director of SIRT, who quit, right? Is this the one that with Superintendent Diamopoulos? Exactly. And to Chief Superintendent Leather. Yes. And again, I'm not going to go into the details. Why not, Mark? I think the details are actually very important. But I do want you to confirm, if you can, that the referral involved a number of serious allegations, including potentially criminal conduct. Correct? Felix. Yes. Against someone who is not an RCMP officer. Correct. What I want to explore with you is the decision that SiRT would not conduct its investigation again without getting into the specifics of the allegation in the referral. And as we understand it, you did have a meeting with Chief Superintendent Leather and Superintendent Diamopoulos to discuss the referral. Is that right? Okay, it's Bergerman's notes? Okay. Perhaps if you can dig that up, that would be great. Thank you. Excellent. Felix, I believe the meeting was to discuss the fact that I would look at what they had, and I'm not sure. I think that I would look at the information they had. I think it was a telephone conversation with Chief Superintendent Leather where I indicated that we would not be investigating. All right. Now, he is going by recollection. Where's that? It is not, in fact, a phone call. It is a letter. And it is a one-line letter. Let's see here. Right here. Okay. So this is the response. Now, if we put some of the other pieces together, Chris Leather said he waited for quite a long time. He didn't hear anything back. He finally wrote, and he said, Director Cacchione, in July, he said, please see the following attached items. Oh, where is it? Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong one here. Why is that mislabeled? There is a letter that Felix just dropped, and he said, oh, no, we won't be looking at that. So it's not a phone call. Right here, this one. So he put the SiRT in with SiRT, multiple police department cover-up. It looks to be high-level senior officers, source money payments, diversion of source money payments. Okay, so that's, I don't know what we're going on there. Possible fraud. Extortion, I believe, is a word that I've seen thrown around in this one. Sexual indiscretion, shall we say. Very serious criminal matters. And he never responded. Felix never responded. So Chris Leather finally writes him, and he says, I can confirm that some weeks ago, SiRT would not be mentioned. Where is it? Sorry, my apologies. Where is this? October 26th, 8:42. That SiRT would not be investigating referral completed by H Division alleged misconduct. I respectfully request written confirmation from your office. which normally comes on letterhead. And all that happens is he just writes a little one-liner and he says, no, not confirming that we're not investigating. Okay. Contact Bergerman and Cacchione. Do you mind sending me the stuff on the tweeters? Is that possible? Now, thank you very much, Nikki. Now, let's get back to... Let's, if we can, just go through the sequence of events as best as you can recall them. Did the referral come in? Do you recall the referral coming in and how it came in? I think it was Chief Superintendent Leather who made the referral, and as I recall, there was a police officer, redacted. I can't see how a person's name is this long. Okay. Who made allegations against a... Now we have a different type of redaction. This is MCC redaction. White versus black. Member of the blank. And what I reviewed was that officer's statement about what officer alleged they had heard. I don't believe there was any firsthand knowledge. And to be quite candid, there seems to be no love lost between the RCMP and blank. I think we can infer that that's probably Truro Police Department. And I wasn't going to get in the middle of any of that and in any way affect the independence of our organization. And as I said before, reviewing what the blank officer had said, there was no basis to begin an investigation. Now, it wasn't just one officer. There were dozens of witnesses, dozens. Some police officers, some civilian employees, and some civilians. There were text messages. There was a recorded interview. There was a lot, I would say. But Felix just didn't want to touch that. I want to follow up on the last comment. But just to set the stage for that, just so I understand, am I correct that you received a report from Chief Superintendent Leather and Superintendent Diamopoulos? Is that right? I can't remember if it was a report or a statement. I think it was a report. Well, there is quite a chain on all this paper trail. And so there is a couple of things you just said I want to follow up on. First of all, you said there was no basis in that report for moving forward with a SiRT investigation. Is that what I understood you to say? Yes. Can you elaborate on that without descending into the details of the allegations? Don't want anybody to understand, right? This is what they like to do. So that, if you're reading this as a standalone document, you'll be like, huh? You have to know all the little pieces. And as I recall it, responds Felix, the information that was in the report was secondhand information. But what I do, what has stuck in my mind was being put in the middle of that situation, and I didn't feel that we should be there. Let's explore that a little more, if we can. Are you saying that you felt the report provided by H Division, specifically Chief Superintendent Leather and Superintendent Diamopoulos, was perhaps, at least in part, motivated by a turf war between the two organizations? Well, this would severely backfire on both of those people, right? If it was just a pissing match. This seems pretty serious, and it's going all the way to the commissioner. I don't think this is a small matter. I believe even Scott McCroson may have been involved in this one. Well, there certainly was no love lost between the author of the report, blank, and the blank person in blank, and that, instead of investigating it themselves, because of this, you said, turf war, they wanted us to do it. And I wasn't prepared to put us in that position. Well, that's his job. The RCMP, funnily enough, aren't supposed to investigate this one if it involves them. It's SIRT's job. Did you get an understanding from either Chief Superintendent Leather or Superintendent Diamopoulos that the reason they didn't want to investigate it was because it was a turf war? No, that was an assumption that I made because I knew that blank had made comments about the RCMP, and the person who wrote the report, blank, it all just didn't smell right to me. And I didn't want to get into it. Superintendent Diamopoulos told us in his interview that he and Chief Superintendent Leather considered it inappropriate for the RCMP to be involved in any investigation. And that's why they referred it over to SIRT. Do you have any comment on that? Well, they made a referral, but we didn't accept it. Now, we is a misnomer. If you read Curran's interview, the director has sole discretionary power on, they are the final word. So it's Felix's decision not to accept. Not anybody else's, just his. And you didn't accept it because it was A, based on secondhand information, correct? Yes. And B, you felt that it would be putting SIRT in the middle of, I've used the word turf war, but there might be a better word between Truro, I suppose, and the RCMP. Yes. And are there any other reasons you did not proceed with the referral? No, none that I can think of. Wow, it's windy. Sorry. Well, this would throw policing in Nova Scotia into complete disarray. I think that might be a reason. Superintendent Diamopoulos also said in his interview that a request came back from your office to provide assistance with a potential investigation of that referral. Is that correct? I have no recollection of that. Do you deny that request was made, or you just don't have a recollection of it? I have no recollection of that. Superintendent Diamopoulos also told us they didn't hear back from your office for quite some time about the referral, and they had to write a letter asking about the status of that. Do you recall getting a letter from them in that regard? I do. Oh, okay, so now he remembers. And Ken, do you recall the content of that letter? I believe it was to ask, where we stood on this request. I. And how did you respond to the letter? Do you recall? I believe I reviewed it again. The report on the request was made, and then contacted Chief Superintendent Leather to advise him that we would not be taking on that file. Do you recall whether you did that in writing or by phone? I believe it was by phone. And if it was by writing, you would have a copy of it. Well, they do. I showed you. What was SIRT's capacity or resources a factor in the decision not to proceed forward with the referral? may have been a minor factor. As I said before, this is a it was a 4-person operation. Actually, it still is, although we've got a larger geographic area. And with the reasons I've provided before, the report was secondhand. This was, 2 parties that didn't get along together, and one of them didn't appear to be pushing the other and wanted us to do it. I wasn't prepared to do that. Thank you very much, Nikki. As we discussed earlier, the allegations were, at least, that many of them were of a very serious nature, correct? Yes. Do you know whether those allegations have been investigated by anyone? I have no idea. No. Well, let's see here. Why is this not? Quote, the Truro Police Force has responded in a statement reading in part, quote, no one from SiRT has ever contacted the Truro Police Service regarding these allegations, leaving us with minimal information to comment on. That was from CTV Atlantic's report with Heidi. That was what Chief McNeil said. So nobody's doing any investigating. This is highly problematic. Bad. Did you have any discussions with Chief Superintendent Leather about someone else potentially investigating those allegations? Not that I recall. Before I move on, I'll ask the team members to ask follow-up questions. None for me. I just have one. Was the police service that was the subject of the allegations, were they ever notified by SiRT about the allegations? No. Does it look like anything's happening? Looks like it came to Felix and he's like, loses it for a while, and then he simply responds on non-letterhead and says, no, we're not investigating. Didn't do anything with it. Just decided arbitrarily. Based on what? You seem to have irrefutable proof that there's something quite serious going on, to the point that Chris is kind of losing his mind. Okay, and I think it's implied in your answer, but this was also not something that was ever referred by SiRT to the Police Complaint Commissioner or any other body involved in oversight of police. Police Complaint Commissioner, I believe, is that Pat now? Pat Curran? Possibly. Not that I recall. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to another topic. We recently interviewed former Minister Mark Furry and recall some discussions that with SiRT model and the potential partial and or complete civilianization of SiRT. Do you recall those discussions? Vaguely. Can you tell me what you remember of those discussions? Well, there was, I believe, the concept of using civilian investigators. I can't remember anything about diversity or inclusion. That's about it for my recollection. I'm not sure where the diversity or inclusion came in because that hasn't even been mentioned. Maybe there's like the peerless cuffs with Lisa, missing pieces of the interview. Just so that we capture that, there was a discussion about potentially adding civilian investigators. There may have been that kind of discussion. I know that when, and this may have been during the course of Mark Furry's tenure, that I sought information from British Columbia Oversight Agency. Well, who's that? One moment. Justice. What?
I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
Back. I don't know why this is. Somebody's done something here. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we'll fix that. Back when I was going into the BCE stuff and all of that, I did a video called Happy Wheels of Justice. That's in reference to Ronnie McDonald, who was the founder of SiRT, who then moved out to the West Coast and is the leader of the oversight body in BC. So they know each other. They're friends, obviously. There's some interesting things in this video. The song, I don't think I wear, what is this shit called? What do you call these things? Onesies. Anyway, and there's an interesting comment in the comment section, which you may see on screen. Anyway, moving along. As I knew, they used civilian investigators and found out from them what training the civilian investigators had, which involved, attending police academies. And then I believe it was a 2-year program or certification as an investigator with the IO. And quite frankly, I don't think that the government here would fund that. Speaking of funding, do you recall discussions with former Minister Furry or anyone else at the DOJ about finding out additional resources for SiRT during your tenure? Well, one in particular, there's a system called XFire, which is a secure data bank. It has many of the features that make it a lot easier to determine if a person that we are looking at has been investigated before, can be brought up in documents. And it's a system that has been in use with other agency of the provincial government, alcohol, gaming, and tobacco. Got approval for that, yes. And it was an appropriate system for us to have, given that we have dealt with confidential informants and people's safety is in jeopardy on some occasions. Yes, we're told, yes, it's appropriate. And as we're told, it's, yes, appropriate. That was, I believe, February 2021. And just before I retired, there was a request for a privacy impact assessment as to why we needed this particular assessment. And then gone. Okay. So we were told, yeah, you can have it. But here we are a year and what? 7 months later, we still don't have it. And then it doesn't seem as if any moves have been made for us to get it, given that they're asking for the privacy impact assessment, which I don't understand, given that obviously they would have had that kind of assessment done for the alcohol, gaming, and tobacco. And are there other submissions or proposals that you recall during your tenure that went to the DOJ about either additional resources or other changes to the SiRT structure or model? Not that went to the DOJ. So this is going to be provincially. Wanda, Fletcher and Co. But I certainly didn't understand why, if we to conduct an investigation in another province, and we have done that before, and we charge for the time of the investigations and the director, etc., that any payment of the invoice goes to the treasury and not to the telephone ringing. Excuse me. Go ahead. You were finishing your answer. Yeah, the invoice would be paid, but the money wouldn't come to us. Money goes to the treasury, so we have a fixed budget, and whatever we spend and pay for, we don't get back. Now, mind you, I think accommodations are made at the end of the year, but it seemed to me that it would be better if we were in control of our own resources. But I'm not a businessman, never have been. Former Minister Fury said that you were quite open to, looking at ways to modernize SiRT. Do you recall any discussions along those lines? I certainly recall discussions about having female investigators. And I brought that up because a lot of our files involve violence, domestic violence situations, or sexual assault. So what is SiRT's mandate again? SiRT's mandate is to investigate anything involving a police officer, serious injury, anything kind of broken bones, criminal activities. So they have a problem. A lot of our files involve either domestic violence situations or sexual assaults. We have Susie Bootman. We have all kinds of nonsense going on. And yet we're paying attention to something that's unsubstantiated thus far, right? And now we're getting sued. Odd. Yet nobody's looking at what is right there in front of them. And having a female complainant, having to deal with a male investigator does pose problems in certain investigations that we had, where the complainant, quite rightfully so, was not comfortable speaking to a male who also happened to be an active police officer with a different force, or a former officer, a retired officer. Might that be why whatever was going on wasn't reported? Not looking very good. And we know that was done. SiRT now has a female investigator with extensive major crime investigation experience. Before I move on, I'll just ask the team if they have any follow-up questions on that issue. None from me. None from me, Mark. Thanks. So the last issue before we get into to close is whether you are aware of any changes that SiRT has made with procedures since the mass casualty event in Portapique. By procedures, you mean investigative procedures or changes to SiRT in general? Both. In terms of investigative procedures, I don't see any changes that have been made other than, like I said, they hired a female investigator. In terms of the organization, SiRT has now expanded to cover New Brunswick. I believe they also do some PEI stuff, which is larger territorial area, and it has higher incidence of offenses that maybe need a SiRT investigation. Although it has not been officially added, but Prince Edward Island is also in the scope of its expansion. We only have 4 investigators. Tiny budget, too. New Brunswick is officially a bilingual province. We have 1 investigator who speaks both languages, despite having said under the previous government, when requests were made by New Brunswick that we would not cover New Brunswick. Under the new government, the day that before the announcement was made, I was told that we now would be covering New Brunswick, and an infrastructure is not in place. When that announcement was made, as discussions began with respect to what was needed, I indicated that the legislation in New Brunswick needed to mirror our legislation so that our investigators weren't operating under 2 different sets of rules. That still has not been implemented. In Nova Scotia, the director lays the charge. The director lays the charge. He's the man sitting right there in the room getting asked the questions. He's the one who decides whether an investigation will be conducted or not. So I think a lot of things may fall on Felix's doorstep right now. In New Brunswick, they have a Crown approval system. That still hasn't been ironed out, even though I've made it very clear and I was assured that it would happen. It's still an issue. Legislation has been introduced, provincial legislature of the New Brunswick, that have the Minister of Justice in New Brunswick having the power to make public the results of a SiRT investigation. Under our legislation, the minister is advised of the decision 2 days before it has been made public. If you're going to have an independent organization, the minister should have no input on what is made public. True. So logically, we still don't have any investigators in New Brunswick. The volume of calls has increased dramatically, and there is no operational base. It's very difficult, and I was quite candid about the person in New Brunswick that was tasked with dealing with me. That New Brunswick was, quite frankly, too cheap to set up their own organization from the get-go. From 2018, when the initial murmurings that were that New Brunswick wanted us to work there, I made it very clear that we do not have the manpower resources to do that, and that the investigators we had hired to investigate matters in Nova Scotia. It came back several times for more discussions, and that's when I said, you have to set up your own. But that changed with the change of government here. And now they're being conservative governments in both New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. And I think PEI, we were told you are now covering New Brunswick. Now it's moving into political things, blaming other people. Still, I haven't hired anyone for New Brunswick. They still haven't found anyone. They have advertised. My understanding, one person has come forward. So it's unfortunate, very talented and experienced investigator who is bilingual is overworked. I mean, not only does this not have the files in Nova Scotia, but he's running all over the place in New Brunswick. We have two closing questions that we ask at the end of each interview that we've conducted. The first is whether there is anything you want to add that you have not covered today. In other words, is there any evidence that you would have that you would like to share with the commission that we have not asked you about? There's nothing that you haven't asked me about. There's nothing that you haven't asked me about. I just want to make it clear to the commission that that SiRT was never in any fashion influenced or any attempt made to influence the course of our investigations by any policing agency. What was that about meetings with Bergerman on the back of his porch? she was asking about the B&B rental, right? That's why it's in her official ledger, and everything underneath that meeting is redacted, and there are at least 3 check boxes there, because she's asking whether what? It has 5 toilets in the house? No, she was there on official business, not B&B, but Felix said it was B&B. No influence. I think maybe questions need to be asked. In terms of recommendation, in a perfect world, SiRT in Nova Scotia could be the equivalent of Bureau des Enquêtes in the Pendant. With their own FIS section, 40-odd investigators. But I recognize that our province doesn't have the population, the size, and the resources to do that. But in a perfect world, an organization such as SiRT, if you want to dispel any conspiracy theories that we're in bed with police, you let the people off the hook. That would be done by hiring people who have no policing experience. But there's a downside to that. Going to police college, taking classes, taking all courses, and then watching somebody do an investigation doesn't mean that you can do an investigation. Now, I kind of do understand this argument, and I have heard it. I do understand it. But if you have no civilian input, I think that's problematic. I think if the forces that are doing the investigating are the same ones that are investigating their same forces, right at the beginning, what did they call it? The shit? 2 and 2. Come on. 2, you're seconding them, and you're taking retired ones. They're all friends. And nobody wants to be the bad guy. It doesn't mean that you know how to prepare information to obtain warrant. It doesn't mean that you know how to prepare an information for an authorization for intercepts. All of those things, you could send them to police college and train them like that. But I do believe that hiring people who have the experience from the get-go is very important. I think you can send them to college. You can make a brand new job market. And it's not unheard of to have civilian oversight input into these organizations. But that involves hiring people who you could be satisfied are, as I described before, very early on, unbiased, not part of, quote, let's make sure that our friends at the local police force don't get affected, end quote. That they call it as they see it based on the evidence that they uncover. There are some great police officers who are willing to go out on a limb, but they're going to make a lot of enemies. And lots of people don't have, what did I hear the statistic? About 10%. 10% are willing to do that. You got 90% who are against them. And they'll make their life hell. And they do. And more funding. But in terms of provincial funding, SiRT is at the bottom. In Nova Scotia right now, health is a major issue, as it is in many provinces. I don't even want to touch your guys' health care. That is just a disaster zone. So I don't think that my recommendations that SiRT budget be increased is going to go anywhere. Anything else for the commissioners to consider when you're looking at what recommendations should be made beyond what you've said? Not that I can think of. Just ask then the team if there's any other follow-up before we wrap up. I have one question that has not been touched on by anything that we've talked about, and that would be some information we have in our file, in particular the Onslow investigation, which I believe is COM 0017877. And so page 174 on page and of that report and 178, there's 2 phone calls from Constable Terry Brown, who was the subject of an officer at the time to one of your investigations looking for updates. And we posed the question to Chief Superintendent Leather, and he found that to be inappropriate given the mandate of SiRT. And so my question is, what kind of policies or practices does SiRT have to prevent this type of reach out? To prevent? No. This type of reach out by someone who is being investigated by your organization. Well, as I said before, and I said this to investigators when I told them that there was a reach out. The investigation is not complete. The investigation is completed, or the investigation is completed. My report's in the hands of the director, who will be writing his report. That's all I can say. End of story. You can't prevent someone from calling, but I can and did indicate what investigators could and could not say. I think you could do something like, if an officer called or made contact, that's an additional 2-minute timeout. And it gets reported right away. And it goes on the file. And it goes on their personal record in the policing department. It's a no-no. You don't do it. Right. Okay, thank you. And then I just have one very quick question about reporting and on presentation that you provided to us, and it's and just to follow up with that one. If a civilian was to contact a judge in an ongoing matter, they get charged. It's interference. It's a no-go. Yet for some reason, officers are just allowed, like in this case, Brown is just allowed to call twice. Right. Okay. Thank you. And then I just have one very quick question about reporting in the presentation that you provided us, and that's COM 0062379. And at the bottom of page 6, in paragraph, it starts with, quote, "At the conclusion of an investigation, a summary investigation is provided to the Minister of Justice and to the agency in which the subject officer is or was employed. The summary must include the following: a summary of facts, a timeline investigation, a statement of a number of civilian witnesses, a police officers interviewed, statement of relevant legal issues, and a discussion on whether or charges should be laid." Is that the minimum of your report? And would that preclude any inclusion of, say, photographs? To be fair and frank with you, I'm more familiar with the Ontario model, SIU. Where's SIU? Oh, right. Oh, CSI. Special Investigation Unit, and their reports, which include more detail in reporting for the public to see. And would there be anything that would preclude the inclusion of appropriate photographs to help the public understand the flow of the investigation and the decision that came out of it, to assist them in their understanding? I don't see there's anything that would preclude the inclusion of photographs in our report. But I think if you're starting to do that, you're going to have to start having requests for the entirety of your file. These are public people. I mean, you don't want to rip through their personal details, but the transparency of an investigation is fairly vital. The showing how the measures that you're willing to go to gather the evidence, assess the evidence appropriately, and leaving it equally to the public to scrutinize at their own leisure if they so choose. Yeah, fine, you made a good decision. But no, let's hide everything. And, if there's one person in the SiRT office who does everything, one person. There's a lady who works there, or did, I believe, who's a very busy lady. Well liked by a lot of people. Who does everything, fields the phone calls with the public referrals, deals with the freedom of information requests, and deleting information that can't be disclosed and redacting those files, managing the office, the budget, all that stuff. You start saying, quote, well, yeah, we're going to include photographs, end quote, and then the public will want to see all of the photographs. And sometimes you're talking about hundreds of photographs. We don't have the resources to do that. There'd be the policing agency involved and the ministry get everything. Well, if they get everything, what the fuck? Can't you? It's your money. You pay all of these people. We pay them. They know what's in the file. I don't. Yes, it may be useful, but I think it would present more problems. You don't know what's in the file? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't think so, but sorry. Yes, it would be. Yes, it may be useful, but I think it would present more problems. Certainly, logistically, add resources and resource-wise for us. I keep saying us. I'm not there anymore. Fair enough. Thank you very much. That's all I had. I just have one other thing, the benefit of the transcript. I think we're talking about the meeting with Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. We said the note in her notes, November 24th, 2021, and I just want to be correct that it's 2020, not 2021, and that's in her notes, which are on COM 0063062, page 8. Thanks. I have, as I said, all I recall about the meeting was that she had been in our home, summer home. Huh? Terry Brown's not supposed to contact him. November 24th. Was there still outstanding SiRT decisions that were coming down? Yeah. Hold on one more. And he literally said that this is due to something to do with an Airbnb, was what he could recall. Really? Why do you think it would be in her official ledger? So if you can't have Terry Brown contacting, it's okay for the commissioner? Or sorry, the commanding officer? The commanding officer to be sitting there on the back deck of Felix's summer home, and she feels discussing Airbnb, which would equally be inappropriate, I believe, discussing matters that she feels to do with Airbnb, she should note in her ledger that need to be redacted, I believe, as irrelevant. Let's have a look. Page 8. Oh, so November 24th. Here we go. I don't think she puts your grocery list and stuff in here. This is for only official businesses. Somehow it's decided that it's irrelevant. SiRT appointment. Not Airbnb appointment. With Felix. What is that here? 1, 2, 3 check boxes. The commanding officer sitting on the back deck with Felix? That doesn't smell good, as Felix would say. Not at all. Stinky. And I think very worth looking into. It ain't over. It ain't anywhere near over. I have, as I said, all I can recall is that she was in our home, our summer home. Let's see. There was a meeting with Assistant Commissioner Bergenman. I'm not sure of the date of the meeting, whether that was before the report or after. And all I recall is that the Assistant Commissioner was saying that she had been in our home, and I was shocked to hear that. But then she mentioned why. And it was because we were at one point put our cottage on Airbnb, and it had been rented out by someone who was a friend of the Assistant Commissioner Berg. A friend of the Assistant Commissioner. But I had never seen her. We only rented it out twice. But I can't remember. I remember sitting in Bergerman's office. I can't remember anything about the meeting other than she said, I've been to your house. So we have from Assistant Commissioners Bergerman's notes, the meeting on November 24th. Her notebook, not mine. Her official ledger. She wants to come and talk about her friend's Airbnb rental? Think about this one. And then she's going to note it? They have rules on what can be put in note. It's note-taking. Just like all these clowns who report that they have no notes. Bullshit! They certainly all have notes. It's like 101. Note-taking is literally a class. But the notes don't tell us anything about what was discussed. And you've described casual conversation around her being in your home. Am I right? You don't recall anything else about that meeting? I do not. Well, that's a convenience. Perhaps you should have Bergerman come back. Perhaps they all should come back. Now, and start answering questions about July 10. Did that impact? Because if you read the SiRT referral, it specifically states placing officers at risk and civilians. Could it be on April 18th and 19th, that people's safety and officer safety was jeopardized because of the high-level cover-up of criminal, very serious criminal matters, to which even the MCC stipulates in Leather's interview. I believe they say, quote, very serious criminal matters by police. Again, alleging, but there seems to be a lot of proof. And look at Leather. And he kept trying to figure out a way to get this reported. Even after Felix said, he decided one day, not unofficial, no letterhead. No, I'm not dealing with that. Months later, without doing any investigation. Even though Chief McNeil said, I'm very glad that we were cleared. There was an investigation conducted and we were cleared. Well, how could that be? Because there was no investigation done. So this seems to be somebody's not doing something right. Well, no, didn't he say on the deck? Yeah, he did. Let's go to that part. There was meetings going on the deck, and he made sure to tell people that people were appropriately distanced outside because of the COVID. Don't think anybody's worried about that one, man. Nobody's concerned. Oh, not good. Thank you very much for your time today. Very grateful for it. Thank you. Okay, the time is 3:53 Atlantic, and we concluded the interview. Thank you very much for your time. Take note of the date. September 9th. He had the phone conversation with Leather. Right? Leather referred to it in his... That's it. That his interview is how can I find that? One moment. We only learned about this last night. Only received it in the last couple of weeks. His interview, which I read, Leather's, almost solely was to do with July 10th. And it's a very, very good interview. Let's go back to it. I see the time. What I'm going to suggest is I'd like to ask you one further question, and then I'd like to invite the commission team to ask any follow-up. Then we'll take a break. If that's all right, Chief Superintendent, for about 15 minutes. And then and we'll just determine what we got left to ask you. I'm going to get very close to the end. Thank you for your time again today. Last day. Literally, they're saying, thank you very much. We're just going to write our report, blah, blah, blah. And the same thing at the same time, because this is happening in the afternoon, I believe, 11 till 1 or something like that. They're interviewing Chris Leather because of some information that they got the night before. My follow-up question is this. Is there anything else on the issue of the SiRT referral in July 2020 that you'd like to tell us that I haven't asked you about? Notice the tone difference. There is such a drastic tone difference in his interview versus almost anything else I've read. Volunteer information. You need anything, give me a call. You don't have it? I have it. Well, to be frank, full and frank, says Chief Superintendent Chris Leather. The only other thing I thought I should raise himself, bringing it in, being, what is it they call? Proactive. Again. Is about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, Director Cacchione reached out to my old office in H Division looking for me to call him, which I did. He now, of course, retired for several months. I did speak to him on the phone from Ottawa, and he noted to me that he was going to be having an interview with the MCC in the coming days. You know, the one I just finished reading. Let's reach out and touch base. How you doing? Is it a brief conversation? Is it a friendly conversation? I did speak to him. He noted that he was going to be having an interview with the MCC in the coming days. And I do recall the meeting that we had in July 2020 about the referral. He was going to be having an interview with the MCC in the coming days. And did I recall the meeting that we had in July 2020 about the referral? Let's touch base. Let's get this cleared up before I'm going to have to go in there. And I said, yes, of course. And it was obvious to me, he was not recalling much about the discussions at the time. Because, as we can see, there are more than one in person, twice, and at least one phone call. And he couldn't recall what the outcome of the decision was. And I had, in anticipation, he's expecting it, of the phone call, pulled my emails. The most important to me was his decision email, or the final email that he wrote to me in October, and he thanked me for providing him with that, call it, recollection. Oh, don't worry. I have the emails. Oh, okay. I just wanted to clear that up before I go into the interview. How's the wife? How's the kids? I didn't provide any materials to him, just to be clear, in writing or otherwise. It was just a catch-up call, no more than 10 minutes in duration. So I just thought you should be aware of that. That was something that he had solicited my, I guess, assistance with, just in terms of trying to recall what that was I don't think he has access to, I presume, his notes or logs or whatever else that he may have. And I did have that conversation with him. I am intrigued by this email that you have put up on the screen around November 24th. I wish I had my notes here beyond November 4th. November 24th. Who was having Airbnb meetings with SiRT? No. Right. I wish I had my notes beyond November 4th. I do not, and I don't have access to them because I'm at Mr. Ertel's office. These would be under lock and key elsewhere. If you like, I can look for whatever might be recorded in the time after November 24th. I'm sorry, I'm recalling we didn't have the meeting. I don't recall whether there was any additional email exchanges and whether I noted the reason for this meeting not taking place, or for my own peace of mind, I'd like to follow up on that. If you'd like, I can look for it. Like, can you see what he is saying? I love what he's saying. He's very cryptic. And again, I've been extremely hard on Mr. Leather. I think I don't think, I do owe him a huge apology. Whether he'll ever accept that, I don't know. But frankly, what I saw of his testimony at the MCC, his actions prior to that, his waiving of solicitor client, DOJ shitting their pants, literally, about him. What was that? Let's see if I can find that again. Spooky, man. Spooky. Pretty awesome. Here. Okay. Let's see here.
Leather about his role as a criminal operations officer for the RCMP in H2.
There. Rampant. I believe it's here.
I do have to object.
Impact America. One moment. Justice Cromwell's name comes up. Interesting. The reactive, proactive. Yeah, there it is. Privilege for this one purpose. He has his own lawyer, Mr. Ertel. Yes, I don't think he was heavily indoctrinated into the system. I agree. Sorry, I just want to find the correct part to start it at. Well, let's just watch it again. I don't think there's anything wrong here. Okay, so we'll do this. Where is it here? Because there were a couple things that happened.
Thank you so much. Then let's bring the witness.
Yes, and just a small matter of housekeeping. There was one document yesterday that was exhibited twice inadvertently. It's COM 20316. It was made exhibit P003982 as well as 984. And so if 984 could be vacated, and that will be assigned to the next exhibit.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Superintendent Leather.
Wasn't that like a surreal moment when he walked in? I heard from people in the room, family members. They said there was a visible gasp. You can't hear it, like you can hear the microphone turns on, right? But there was a visible gasp when he came out. Like, he's just a shell of what he used to be. The stress that he must be under. But I think he's holding cards. He's holding cards.
You're still under oath, and thank you for appearing. As I mentioned yesterday, counsel for the commission would meet, and they did in fact meet with counsel for the various participants, and they've agreed on a process for you to be questioned throughout the day. And it begins with Mr. Michael Scott, and each counsel will introduce themselves, of course, and who they represent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's very good with his notes. Very good with his notes.
Morning, Chief Superintendent. My name is Michael Scott. I'm counsel for a number of the victims' families and those that were directly impacted by the mass casualty. When you left here yesterday, I expect you heard Chief Commissioner McDonald confirm that you were to remain under oath before coming back this morning.
Yes.
And can you confirm that between when you left the stand yesterday to when you resumed your testimony this morning, that you have not been contacted or had any contact with anyone verbally or in writing with respect to the content of your evidence?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, Commission Counsel in questioning you, raised a phone call that you had received on your cell phone from Commissioner Lucky. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, can you tell us what the content of that conversation was?
The initial part of the conversation, and as I said, was the commissioner calling to me on my cell at my desk in my office, at the time on my own. Initially, it was wishing me all the best, and I would call it a wellness check. And then she quickly moved into, I would say, the reason for the call, which had to do with her request to me to provide her with a gun inventory of the guns that were found in the possession of the gunman on the day that he was killed at the Big Stop gas station, and to have that prepared and forwarded to her. Can't recall whether she said directly back to her or through the CO, but as I testified to yesterday, the normal course of action would be through the commanding officer and up the chain.
Did you say you received that phone call at your desk in your office?
Yes.
And was that on your cell phone?
On my cell phone.
Okay, your work phone or your personal phone?
My work cell phone.
And would it be unusual for the commissioner to contact you directly?
Watch his eyes. He speaks volumes. And he's doing it on purpose. Oh, absolutely, Linda. Absolutely. I wouldn't apologize. I think I'm really in the wrong here. Or have been previously. I wrongly assessed this all.
I think it's the only time I've heard from the commissioner directly over the last 3 years or prior to. Obviously, I've had one-on-one conversations with her where she's come to the division, but in terms of a phone call, that would be atypical.
And to the extent that you have communication with the commissioner at national headquarters, presumably that would come through the chain of command to you through people between you and the commissioner.
Well, certainly it would normally be the commanding officer, my direct report in the division, who would come to see me to pass on a request or a message from the commissioner or the deputy commissioner, typically.
Did it strike you as unusual that you were getting a direct phone call from the commissioner being asked about the gun inventory?
Yeah, unusual, but again, under the circumstances, the extraordinary circumstances, I could understand her wanting that information, as I said yesterday, for the purpose of informing her senior executive RCMP team. So that's the deputy commissioners and equivalents that sit with her. And surely we're sitting with her daily, if not more frequently, post a mass casualty event.
So that was your understanding, is the reason that information was being requested was to brief her own staff and also to make sure that she had a fulsome understanding of the facts surrounding the incident?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Did the commissioner say anything to you to indicate that, or is that just something that you assumed?
He didn't indicate to me, so that was my understanding.
Okay. Did the commissioner provide any indication as to the purpose for her wanting that
I don't recall that at all.
As my friend Ms. Young noted yesterday, that phone call never came up in the course of your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Young asked you why you didn't mention that phone call when you were being interviewed. And I think your response was that you couldn't answer, or you didn't want to answer that question until you had had a chance to speak to counsel. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
I wasn't at liberty to answer that question at the time.
Okay. You know the answer to that question.
Question at the time.
Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
I wasn't at liberty to answer that question at the time.
Did I hear you correctly?
I wasn't at liberty to answer that question at the time.
Okay. You know the answer to that question.
Yes, I do.
And in answering that question, would it require you to divulge the substance of any legal advice that you've received?
Yes, and for the commissioners, I would like to put it on the record at this time that I would like to waive my solicitor-client privilege in order to answer the question from counsel.
Ms. Ward, it's pretty obvious.
I would say that Chief Superintendent Campbell can waive his privilege for this limited purpose.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief Superintendent Campbell, please answer the question.
Yes, sir. So prior to coming to testify, I have spoken to independent legal counsel and have had discussions with him about this very issue. During the course of my preparation for my interview with the Mass Casualty Commission counsel, who examined me yesterday, there were two issues that I wanted to raise and did raise with Department of Justice counsel, Ward and McPhee, who are here today.
Oh, really now? Really? On my own channel? You're going to tell me I have trouble? You see, I'm streaming right now.
And received advice from them. And the one issue that you're asking me about, as did Ms. Young yesterday, was a part of that discussion. And the advice that I received was not to proactively disclose the conversation and the emails leading up to the meeting of the 28th. I knew from my notes and the emails that I had prepared and submitted that it was obviously relevant to what would become the infamous phone call of April 28th and the subsequent SECU testimony of various witnesses, and was troubled by that and wanted their advice and was advised to take a reactive posture. My question was whether or not I should proactively disclose that during the course of my MCC interview.
If I could respond.
Ms. Ward?
I think there's been a misunderstanding as between Chief Superintendent Leather and counsel. I'm not sure, well, I didn't know until now what Chief Superintendent Leather understood from our discussion. Shortly before his interview with Commission counsel, he had raised a document of which we had no knowledge in the context of our discussions about the meeting with Commissioner Lucky. From his description of the document, we thought it was potentially relevant, but possibly privileged, and based on assurances of confidentiality given to those who were involved in the making of the document. As such, we told Chief Superintendent Leather we would obtain that document and review it and disclose it if it was relevant.
I do have to object. This witness is under oath testifying to the exact matters that Ms. Ward is now providing her narrative about, and I believe it's completely inappropriate for Ms. Ward to give her narrative on the very issue that this witness is testifying about at this very moment. It may impact his narrative based on Mr. Scott's follow-up questions, and I just believe it's completely inappropriate at this stage for this narrative to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Chief Superintendent Leather, why don't you step back outside, and to the extent that what might become evidence, what might step back outside, and
Completely inappropriate at this stage for this narrative to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson.
Why would Mr. Bryson think it's inappropriate for the guns stuff to be coming forward? What was it? It may impact his narrative based on Mr. Scott's follow-up questions. I just believe it's to be inappropriate, completely inappropriate.
Chief Superintendent Leather, why don't you step back out?
That's an odd thing to say.
Chief
Stage for this narrative to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Chief Superintendent Leather, why don't you step back outside, and to the extent that what might become evidence, part of your evidence, you won't hear the exchange.
Remember, Cromwell then got really upset about that. The proactive versus reactive. And he wrote letter asking the DOJ, how many witnesses are you instructing to be proactive versus reactive? Or reactive, sorry, as opposed to proactive. This shit is fucked up, man. You need Blue Nose.
Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to say when we became aware of this document, which Chief Superintendent Leather had connected to discussions of the April 28th meeting, we immediately alerted Commission Council Director, Mr. Cromwell, of its existence and undertook to obtain the document and review it and state a position. We've now reviewed it and it will be disclosed imminently. At no time did we advise Chief Superintendent Leather not to speak about it if it came up and not to speak the truth. But we were unaware of any connection of that document to the call from Commissioner Lucky. So I'm not sure what the connection is, but I do not recall a discussion about the emails and the lead up to the meeting. And he was certainly, from our position, not advised not to tell the truth.
I don't think the issue was ever to tell the truth.
Or to hide anything.
I think it was proactive versus reactive.
Why is McDonald buying into this garbage language? He has no problem with it. He has no problem with it. Seems to be only Justice Cromwell. There only seems to be some people who are working real hard in the background. Good night and happy birthday. Thanks for joining.
Oops, thank you, Ms. Ward. Let's call the witness back then, Mr. Scott. He's going to answer the question and you're going to continue on with your questions.
I will, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Leather. Mr. Scott will continue with his questions.
Chief Superintendent, I just wanted to get some clarification because you talked about, I think, a couple of different lawyers, and perhaps you were talking about your preparations for both your testimony before the Mass Casualty Commission, but did I hear else correctly? You were referencing your preparations to give evidence before the House of Commons Committee.
Well, I was specifically referring to the preparation for my testimony for the MCC interview,
Where you were interviewed by Ms. Young.
where I was advised by DOJ counsel.
All right. And are you saying that that the lawyers that prepared you,
DOJ counsel,
where you were interviewed by Ms. Young?
where I was advised by DOJ counsel.
All right.
Do you think they were advising him?
And are you saying that that the lawyers that prepared you for that were counsel for the Attorney General of Canada?
Yes,
And that would be Ms. Ward and Ms. McPhee?
yes,
Okay. And when you said that that you received advice to not raise the issue of this communication with Commissioner Lucky, was that advice given to you by counsel for the Attorney General?
yes, I was trying to make the distinction between a proactive and a reactive disclosure of the information. That's the nature of the conversation we had. That, of course, if I was asked during the course of the interview or today, that I would respond truthfully and with the full extent of the question, but it had more to do with whether I should bring it up proactively during the course of my interview with Ms. Young or not.
Okay. And sorry, earlier you had mentioned that.
Well, how could they bring it up if they had no knowledge of it? You see, the games that they play. Sick. And then they're like, don't bring it up unless it's brought up. Fuck, man.
That you would sought advice from your own private counsel. That's a separate issue, is it? In terms of your disclosure of the call with Commissioner Lucky?
No, it pertains to this very issue post my interview.
Commissioner Lucky?
No, it pertains to this very issue.
Disclosure of the call with counsel. That's a separate issue, is it? In terms of your disclosure of the call with Commissioner Lucky?
No.
So who disclosed the phone call? Who disclosed the phone call? You just said it.
In terms of your disclosure of the call with Commissioner Lucky?
No, it pertains to this very issue post my interview, given my discomfort with how things proceeded and the fact that it didn't surface during the course of the interview. And I felt I needed independent legal counsel to get advice on how to manage the situation on a go-forward basis.
All right. So your testimony today is that in preparing to be interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, specifically by Ms. Young, you met with counsel for the Department of Justice, Ms. Ward and Ms. McPhee?
Yes.
And in the course of that preparation, you were advised not to bring up this communication with Commissioner Lucky?
Yes.
And it wasn't raised by Commission counsel in the interview?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, the fact of that phone call had not been raised in any other form before you were interviewed by Ms. Young?
But to the best of my knowledge, it had not.
Right. You had no reason to.
So who disclosed the phone call? Wow.
Think that Ms. Young would be aware of that phone call previously?
No, I had no reason to believe that, and certainly not from the interview.
And what you're saying is that after that interview was complete,
Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. You know, rewatching it in hindsight and knowing what we know now and what he's saying they clearly didn't know because they never brought it up. They never asked me questions about it.
you felt uncomfortable and sought independent legal advice.
Yes, here we are today dealing with this very issue, and on how to address this very issue should it surface. And here we are, and I felt I needed independent counsel on how to navigate that.
You were concerned that it might be viewed as you're improperly holding back relevant information.
Correct.
And you were fully aware of the fact that in being interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, that it was critically important that you provide all relevant information.
Yes.
And that's why you were uncomfortable and sought separate advice.
Correct.
Is there any other information that you were advised to not raise that you think is relevant to the substance of this inquiry?
There were two issues that I raised. One pertained to the phone call and notes around the commissioner. The second refers to what is known as a wellness review that was conducted on the senior officers of the division last summer and into the fall by an independent third-party consulting firm in Ottawa, focusing on the wellness of the senior officers in Nova Scotia related to the impacts from Portapic, and more specific to myself. I can say for certain that during the course of the interview that I had with the consultant or the investigator for that report, that I, on the record in a recording, made comments about the meeting with Commissioner Lucky on April 28th. So there we had a recorded statement taken from me that was provided by me to an investigator, albeit, as has been stated by DOJ counsel, on an internal matter, nonetheless contained my depiction or assessment of that call some year plus later, which would have had much more context than I had on the 28th, because as you recall from my testimony, either here or at SECU, how caught off guard by that I was, and then to learn what I did subsequently, and was then able to share my observations and thoughts about what had occurred on the 28th in much more detail to that investigator.
Sorry, what was the organization that conducted that?
Quintet Consulting. I don't know the rest of the name. They're a well-known firm in Ottawa that the RCMP hired to conduct this review.
And your understanding was that the scope of that review was to assess the impact of the mass casualty on senior officers?
Yes, and then to make recommendations on how we could, as a management team, look to support the wellness of the senior officers in the division specifically. It did not extend to the NCOs or the constables. It was just because of the impacts that we were seeing. In particular, 3 chief superintendents, Robin, Gray, and myself, and our correspondence to the deputy commissioner and the CO about the need to address this, come up with a plan, and implement some recommendations. And it was obviously the decision of headquarters to hire this firm, who are specialists, to conduct this review. And I can just say for myself, again, my statement would contain relevant information pertaining to the meeting of April 28th.
When we say the review was intended to examine the impacts on senior officers, can you be more specific? What kind of impacts were being reviewed?
The wellness. So it truly was an internal wellness review that Quintet was hired to oversee. And if not all, the majority of our officer cadre were interviewed to share their thoughts and feelings and recommendations on a course forward to help the CO and myself and the admin and personnel officer with a roadmap, a plan to help support the senior officers, whether it's transfers or whatever the case may be, based on the feedback that was received and the recommendations made.
To the best of your knowledge, was Chief Superintendent Campbell interviewed as part of that process?
To the best of my knowledge, it was.
And do you recall who interviewed you in that process?
By name, no. He was a retired Navy captain, for what it's worth. I think he was the same principal that did, if not all, the majority of the interviews. But I'm sorry, I don't recall his name.
And approximately when was that interview conducted?
June or July of last year.
2021.
Yes.
To the best of your understanding, was a report of any kind completed in that matter?
Yes, it's my understanding.
And have you seen that report?
No, I have not.
Have you received any information about the outcome of the findings of that report?
A week ago, we received an update from the CHRO, or Chief Human Resource Officer, with a series of recommendations for the new commanding officer as it relates to the wellness and supports for the members, senior officers in the division.
And those recommendations were sent to you. You've seen them personally?
I believe they were sent to all those that participated in the review.
Okay. Do you now, or have you ever had a transcript or a recording of the interview that you gave in that process?
No, and as I recall from the joining instructions, although a recording was taken for the purpose of assisting the investigator consultant, it was noted that it would not be retained, but a summary would be made from the interview.
Did you ever receive a summary?
No, retained, but a summary would be made from the interview.
Did you ever receive a summary?
It would not be retained, but a summary would be made from the interview.
Did you ever receive a summary?
No.
Okay. And you said that it would be relevant to the April 28th meeting that's been raised in this matter. And to be clear, you're talking about the meeting by teleconference with Commissioner Lucky and Superintendent Campbell and Leah Scanlon.
And Ms. Bergerman and Deputy Brennan, yes, that call.
And am I correct that the reason that became a live issue in the interview that you did as part of that review was given the impact that meeting had on morale?
Well, for me, it was a one-on-one interview. It was based on the impact it had on me, and I was describing the impact that it had on me and why it had the impact it did, and my observations of the impact it had on the other people that I could see in the room with me.
And you said that the content of that interview that was taken last year would have information relevant to that meeting. Is there, to the best of your recollection, did you discuss anything in that meeting that would not already be known to the Mass Casualty Commission by way of your notes or the reporting of others?
Certainly by way of my notes, because my notes were admittedly rather brief as it relates to that meeting. So yes, there would be additional context and details because I had had the benefit of over a year to reflect and learn more about what had gone on in that key 24 hours beforehand in my discussions with Ms. Scanlon and Mr. Campbell.
And given that it was almost a year ago, presumably your memory would have been to some extent fresher than it is now?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I follow your question.
Does the fact that that interview was conducted about a year before now, do you have any sense that your memory at the time when you were recounting it in that interview would be better or clearer than it is now, given the passage of time?
I would say yes.
And bring us full circle, do I hear you as saying that it was suggested to you by counsel that you not raise the fact of that interview in preparation for your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission?
I asked specifically whether I should bring that up proactively or not.
And what were you told?
Not to.
And who told you to do that?
It was Ms. McPhee and Ms. Ward that I had the conversation with in my boardroom at headquarters.
So when you talk about the two issues, one would be the fact of that interview, and the second was the phone call with Commissioner Lucky.
Phone call in my notes and the context and the lead up to the call on the 28th. And for my belief that was, now referring to the call on the 28th, that my role in the lead up to the 28th was a key piece of the story, which I began to tell at SECU on the record. And at SECU on the record. And at SECU on the records. My role in the lead up to the 28th was a key piece of the story, which I began to tell at SECU on the record. And it's on the public record there already. And of course, there's no reason why it shouldn't be available to the MCC.
Moving on, Chief Superintendent, we heard earlier in the week from your former colleague, Chief Superintendent Campbell, and one of the things that he said in his testimony was that he was unsatisfied with the results of the H-Strong investigation in terms of the ability to follow up on particularly issues related to how the perpetrator was able to obtain firearms. Do you share that view?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a central part of the H-Strong investigation, because the perpetrator's actions were fairly well known and his responsibility for the mass casualty was known, but there's this key issue of how is that person being permitted to access firearms?
That was a key part of the investigation.
Okay. So. One moment.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to cloud things, but on the record. Oh, sorry. I'll do it again. My apologies. Is that doing it right? All right. There we go. Now, is this on the
And
record?
then the notation fast and furious questions, what was that in reference to?
I don't recall.
I don't want to cloud things. But again, he's a very smart man. Remember what time this is at. That was in there. I remember when I first brought it up. It's post 7. Is it 7:45 before 9:30? Might have even been earlier. So what is he writing something there for people to find on the record? Is he? I don't know. It was certainly a question I had when I come across it. And I did the video. I'm like, what that? What that there? Because I'm not talking about movies. Not when this is all going down. Was there sound the second time? I apologize. And the pause. Oh. What is it somebody that's helping out in the background said? The pregnant pause. I'd never heard of that phrase before. The pregnant pause. Oh, I'm so glad. One day the whole story will come out. Look how long it is. I think it's 16 seconds. He's just sitting there. He's just looking. He's thinking. Lock and key? Maybe. I think it's 16.
And then the notation fast and furious questions, what was that in reference to?
I don't recall.
Wow. Seamus memory, not too bad. 16 seconds. I don't know. I don't want to confuse things. I don't. But he's been seeding stuff clearly the whole time through, right? And I don't think it's a CYA move. I think it's because he's really trying. He's really trying. And I feel
To the best of your understanding, that person should not have been able to access firearms in Canada.
That's my understanding.
Acquisition license.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Balls. Okay. Let's go back there. My apologies.
But there's this key issue of how is that person being permitted to access firearms?
That was a key part of the investigation.
To the best of your understanding, that person should not have been able to access firearms in Canada.
That's my understanding, yes.
It was known early on that he didn't have a possession and acquisition license.
Yes,
Certainly didn't have a restricted firearms license.
I would agree.
You were aware of no reason why he would be able to lawfully possess, purchase, or acquire any sort of firearm or ammunition.
He did not have such a license that I was aware of.
And to the extent that he
Such a license that I was aware of.
ammunition.
He did not have such a license that I was aware of.
And to the extent that he was able to access or had assistance from others or acquire any, aware of no reason why he would be able to lawfully possess, purchase, or acquire any sort of firearm or ammunition.
He did not have such a license that I was aware of.
And to the extent that
He didn't quite address the question that was asked, but I'll have to think about that process.
he was able to access or had assistance from others in acquiring those weapons, it would be your view that that directly contributed in a material way to his ability to kill 23 people.
Yes,
And in the course of that investigation, obviously, leads were followed cross-border to the United States and certain individuals were identified.
yes,
And while there are jurisdictional issues, it's certainly your view that the way the perpetrator was able to access several weapons is reasonably clear.
I believe the investigation has uncovered if not all, certainly the majority of sources of weapons that the perpetrator used in the U.S.
And it's your
Again, another interesting answer, right? Let's go back. I believe the investigation has uncovered.
issues. It's certainly your view that the way the perpetrator was able to access several weapons is reasonably clear.
I believe the investigation has uncovered if not all, certainly the majority of sources of weapons that the perpetrator used in the U.S.
It's reasonably clear? That was the question. And then he answers, not quite with that it's. Let's watch that again.
To access several weapons is reasonably clear.
I believe the investigation has uncovered if not all, certainly the majority of sources of weapons that the perpetrator used in the U.S.
And it's your understanding that the American authorities.
So does he say it's reasonably clear? Not really. He just says the investigation has uncovered it. Okay.
The ATF and FBI and specifically have no intention of laying charges. That's the best of your understanding as the matter stands now.
Yes, I mean, I've not made any recent inquiries in that regard, but that's my understanding coming here today.
And to your mind, that leaves that issue unresolved, but to some extent beyond the control of the RCMP.
Yes.
You were asked the other day by my learned friend, Mr. Lockyer, about, or I guess your colleague, Mr. Campbell, was asked about a meeting that he had with you shortly before Ms. Banfield was charged. Do you recall that meeting?
I do.
And it was suggested that in the course of that meeting, there was a discussion between you and now Chief Superintendent Campbell about whether charges would be laid in relation to Ms. Banfield.
They were updating me on the investigation, and were seeking my, awareness and support for next steps. And I think it's important to make the distinction. They weren't looking for my authority. This was not a formal, I needed to authorize what they were proposing. It was merely an update. This was a course of action that they had charted. And the next step, as I think you've heard from my testimony and Chief Superintendent Campbell, was that the command triangle would then pursue discussions with the advisory crown on the possibility of charges being laid. And I was fully supportive of that course of action at the time.
And I appreciate that you weren't being asked to make the decision, but do you recall in the course of that conversation, discussion about the potential optics of laying criminal charges against Ms. Banfield?
Yes.
And concerns over whether the victims' families would be supportive or not supportive, how it would look to the public?
Yes, the impact on the public, and that we needed to be cognizant that it would have impacts whether charges were laid or charges were not laid. And that was the nature of our conversation as it relates to that.
I suggest to you, did it not strike you as unusual to be having a conversation about what the optics of laying criminal charges would be? Would you not agree with me that that the issue is simply whether or not there is evidence upon which the RCMP, in good faith, believe that a case can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Well,
I agree, and that's what I testified to yesterday. We have a job to perform, a mandate to follow. That's the criminal investigation, which we pursued, and it was merely a conversation amongst 3 senior managers in the division, and I can't remember which of the 3 of us tabled that particular item, but that is normal. We're not just going to focus in a conversation like that strictly on, whether there's evidence or not to lay charges. Let's consider for a minute.
Well, it clearly wasn't him. It clearly wasn't him that tabled it, because he said, well, they were seeking my support. He already answered that before and said it wasn't him. This all has relevance now, all has relevance.
On, whether there's evidence or not to lay charges. Let's consider for a minute the impact that that's going to have on the families. What will the community think? And beyond that, a conversation with our corporate communications folks, because questions surely will be asked and were once that decision became public. So that's natural. These are the types of conversations I would expect the SSO and the officer in charge of major crime to be having with me in regards to something as high profile and important as that investigation.
In the context of that conversation is the nature of it, we're going to discuss the various factors in terms of the evidence that we have and how it will be perceived and how it will be received, leading to whether or not we should lay charges, or is it we think we have the evidence or we're in the process of making that determination, but we should also consider that this is going to have implications or there may be a reaction. And that gets the distinction I'm drawing here is it a matter of we should be alive to the fact that our decision is going to bring questions or criticisms, but we're going to do whatever we think is right? Or was it your understanding that we're factoring in the public relations piece and making a determination about whether criminal charges are going to be laid against a citizen?
Now, the first scenario that you laid out, it's being aware and discussing the implications, but refreshing, not that it was required with 2 very senior major crime investigators. Our primary mandate is to investigate crime, to collect the evidence, to do the best that we can in doing so, and to present the case as we did, my understanding that we did through the command triangle, to the advisory crown and to the prosecution service.
Regardless of whether it's popular or not.
We make many unpopular decisions when it comes to prosecution, or not prosecution, but forwarding cases to the prosecution service.
Would you recall ever any discussion or any communication or indication that a motivating factor in laying charges against Ms. Banfield or the other two parties was in any way motivated by a desire to delay or in any other way obstruct the Mass Casualty Commission's ability to secure documents. In any other way obstruct the mass delay or in any other way obstruct the Mass Casualty Commission's ability to secure documents. Delay or in any other way obstruct the Mass Casualty Commission's ability to secure documents.
You know, if you're asking whether we had discussions about that, I mean, the idea of even the sentiment of obstructing any agency is foreign to me and certainly to those two other officers. And while we had discussed and were aware that the inquiry had just been called, it wasn't going to impact our decision on whether to continue with the investigation and present that to the prosecution service. As I noted yesterday in my testimony, we were going to pursue that with all our ability unless we were directed to do otherwise. And there are very few sources that can provide that kind of direction to have us halt an investigation, you know, for all intents and purposes, park an investigation. And I can just say for myself, we certainly did not receive any such recommendation or direction from any authority above us to do so. And we briefed up on this. You know, this is not a decision that was taken in isolation within the division. Our national headquarters, CNIP, were well aware of this status as it moved through the investigation. And so there was corporate awareness at the highest level of this, of our decision to continue the investigation and submit it to public.
To the best of your understanding, in making a determination the criminal charges be laid against Ms. Banfield and two others, was there ever any discussion about potential Section 10B issues that had arisen in taking statements from those witnesses?
No, I have to say the first time I heard about that was while I was watching Mr. Lockyer's questions for Chief Superintendent Campbell the other day.
Okay, so this is directly relevant to the suit right now, what he's talking about. 10B.
Section 10B issues that had arisen in taking statements from those witnesses.
No, I have to say the first time I heard about that was while I was watching Mr. Lockyer's questions for Chief Superintendent Campbell the other day. I had no awareness of that.
So no one ever raised to you any concerns about the viability of a case against Ms. Banfield because of any concerns there were with her not being properly cautioned before providing her evidence?
No, sir, that never came to my attention.
And then discussing this matter with Commission Counsel yesterday, I know that that my friend Ms. Young asked you a question. I think she described the charges that were laid against Ms. Banfield as being, in light of them being minor charges. Would it have been your view at the time or now that the charges involving helping the perpetrator acquire the necessary materials to carry out the acts minor?
My personal opinion, whether they're
Yes.
minor, I mean, I more look at the charges more clinically. The charges are what they are. And of course, depending on the circumstances, they may be looked at as rather benign in the terms of the scale of firearms offenses, right, that we typically investigate. But that, of course, is not the lens that I would look at these particular charges. They would be high profile, serious under the circumstances, and serious under the circumstances.
You'd agree with me that while often in firearms crimes there's a focus on accessing the firearms, the ability to access ammunition is no less important, is it?
If you don't, and again, I'm borrowing Chief Superintendent Campbell's analogy, without ammunition, the guns are metal and wood or metal. Can be used, of course, as a weapon on their own to strike someone with, but once you combine ammunition with a firearm, stating the obvious, it becomes something else.
Was it your understanding or the position of the RCMP at the time that the distinction between how the perpetrator acquired firearms and how he acquired ammunition, that there was any particular distinction between the two? Was it viewed as being just as important as tracking down the persons of interest in Holton, Maine that had supplied the firearms themselves?
I'm not aware of any distinction that was made between, as you say, the different avenues of investigation in terms of importance. It would have had the same importance as any aspect of the H-Strong investigation, but particularly where we had the evidence we had an evidentiary path to pursue that may actually lead to charges, was something that we were going to follow with our full capabilities.
I want to take you to the beginning of your involvement in the mass casualty. We've heard evidence that you received your initial briefing at 6:30 a.m. on April 19th by Staff Sergeant Halliday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have your notes. We have them now. And Madam Registrar, if we could we pull up
Halliday, who says well-trained sniper, remember, in the Colchester logs. Twice. I believe it's asked to be repeated because they didn't quite grasp what he was saying. Just like Rod McDonald told Peterson in a sworn affidavit by Peterson about the sniper rifles and a 50 caliber way before CSI entered the picture, before his 911 phone call, never followed up on. How is it that that was known?
COM 51406 and specifically PDF page 55. Can you see that, Chief Superintendent?
Yes.
And these are your notes from the morning of April 19th?
Yes, they are.
And can you advise whether the notes that you made on the 19th were made contemporaneously or did you make them at a later date?
Literally at the time, I can see, and I know because I have them here beside me, that they were made on a scratch pad that I had at home on my home desk. And literally, as I was taking these calls with the various officers throughout the morning, I was doing the best I could to take it down directly into the book.
Okay, and that's different than a lot of people. That's different than a lot of people who made notes subsequently, right? Or very shitty notes that don't seem to quite match up. His notes were made right at the time when he's sitting at home in bed. Interesting. Especially interesting given the Fast and Furious comment. Again, I don't want to, send it off into something else because he's saying a ton of things, a ton, via his interviews, his testimony, actions that you can see via his emails, the SIRT report, the SITREP report, his actions subsequent to that to keep going on it, the quintet stuff, guns, the 28th call. He's saying a ton of stuff.
Okay. And Madam Registrar, if we could just scroll down a bit. I think if we go down the full pages, there we go. So 6:30 a.m. call with Staff Sergeant Holliday, and below there are a number of bulleted items. Do I understand correctly that that's the information you were receiving from Staff Holliday?
Again, literally as Staff Sergeant Halliday was providing with information, I was trying to take it down on the scratch pad.
Right. We see reference 10 p.m. 911 female shots, just shot friend, presumably referring to the 911 call from Jamie Blair. And if we look down through that list a little bit, we see love triangle involved. Do you recall Staff Halliday giving you that information?
Yes, I would not have known anything about the victims, witnesses, or the gunman at the time. That would have been words that he shared with me.
Okay. And did you at the time, or do you now know what the basis of where Staff Halliday was getting that information?
I don't know, sir.
Seems to be a related reference there. One of his Vics, also someone he dated, mistress deceased. You recall Staff Halliday telling you that as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you're not aware of what the basis of was?
I wouldn't have followed up on something like that myself.
You note that in
Remember the early narrative that came out that disappeared. Party, girlfriend. Remember the difficulty answering the question at the April 28th press conference in French. What was the relationship?
there's no reference in those notes to the use of a marked police cruiser.
Certainly not in what you've shown me there. I don't see it.
Can we assume from that that wasn't part of what you were briefed by Staff Halliday that morning?
Again, if that's the end of the notes, then that was the information I received.
It goes without saying that Staff Halliday had told you at that time, by the way, the perpetrator is traveling around in a marked police cruiser. That would warrant mention in your notes.
I would like to think I would have included that in my notes.
You would have considered that to be a very significant issue.
Yes.
So if it's the end of my notes, interesting statement. And of course, no mention of the police car. Okay. Yeah, neighbor at the press conference. I hear my clock ticking. Almost as bad as my brain whirring.
Madam Registrar, if we could go down a page, please. And again, these would have been your notes from the same call, presumably.
They appear to be, yes. I don't see a time on the column yet on the left side.
You see there's note to 10 years ago threatened. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, threatened moth meaning mother, I would say, and father, that's a plus sign.
Right. And below that, you see mother and father, no contact, and then Moncton guarding them.
Yes.
Is it your recollection that in that briefing at 6:30 on the morning of the 19th, the staff Halliday had advised you that they had pulled some information about the perpetrator and specifically about a prior threat he had made against his parents?
No, that was the only notation I made around that, and I don't recall that kind of detail around any sort of queries or background checks that might have been done around.
Do you recall what you were told that would have that caused you to make these notes about 10 years ago, threatened mother and father, no contact?
Again, these are verbatim comments from Staff Sergeant Halliday and me doing my best to record them, on the scratch pad. That's it.
Okay. And were you, there's an entry, Moncton guarding them. Was it your understanding that Moncton RCMP had been sent out to guard the perpetrator's family?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that at that very first briefing, it was confirmed to you, at least through Staff Halliday, that there was some awareness of who the perpetrator was, his name, some prior interaction with police, and who his family was.
Yes.
Take that down, ma'am. Registrar, if you would.
Which, of course, CK's comment there doesn't make any sense. Why? And apparently there was need to do this a number of times over years. I think I read something about that. Obviously, Brenda talked about trading ammunition too. Why would you need to trade ammunition with somebody who can smuggle weapons? Like, what would be, he could smuggle the ammunition. Why would he need somebody to go to fucking Canadian Tire? Here. He's got all kinds of hidey holes and tornos and bullshit. He's apparently been doing this for years. What would be the difficulty in acquiring the ammunition? Odd.
Chief Superintendent, yesterday you were testifying about issues of interoperability and your interactions with Truro Police Service Chief McNeil was discussed to some extent. You're aware that the Commission has emails from the morning of the 19th between you and Chief McNeil?
Yes.
Right. And to save us having to go through the email.
And remember, we were all giving him shit for his late reply. How long it took? Well, I don't know that. Everybody was, obviously. But the protracted period of time between McNeil reaching out and Leather's response, could that again have been impacted by the SiRT referral, the December 2019 stuff? How much knowledge did people have? I'm not saying that Leather did know or not. I'm not saying that at all. But there is that key line. One moment. Where's the 30th one? Oh, well, we can go to the original one. So this is sort of the original SiRT referral to the commissioner, July 10th, of some very serious, heavy shit. One witness provided several examples of both routine and high-risk calls where the safety of RCMP officers could be compromised and civilians could have been placed at risk. That line really sticks out at me. Given the timing, given the fact that this plays relevance, no matter what DOJ says, oh, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't bear any relevance. The safety of RCMP officers could be compromised and civilians could have been placed at risk. Are we talking about the 18th and 19th here? 18th and 19th. Because this was all happening before. Has anybody asked, tried to? Not from what I've seen. The Mass Casualty Commission is certainly aware, and I don't know. They clearly take it seriously at the last minute, or so it appears. But again, a lot of the documents weren't provided to them until they said they got some emails, I believe a couple of weeks before, but also a couple of weeks prior to the 23rd interview, the last day of the Mass Casualty Commission of Leather. Right? The read through I did a few days or whatever, sometime in the last 10 days or so. The night before, they were given some documents. How much do they know? I think that report is extremely serious, like really fucking serious. And I find it so odd. Man, how many people I sent it to, nobody touched it. Not one fucking person. I sent it to Heidi Petraeuk's personal fucking tweeters. The day it came up, right? Oh dear, it was linking files. We were reading through September 23rd, and that one came up, and I was like, oh, bad. Nobody touched it. No politician touched it. No media organization touched it until we had the document dump, the last document dump. And then Heidi Petraeuk did 2 stories. How serious it is and this and that. Well, but you guys knew about it. I mean, there's no way they didn't fucking know about it. Listen, the media has advanced knowledge of a lot of stuff. To what extent, I've never been able to figure out exactly, but they certainly have a garbage pile of advanced knowledge. Or sorry, they have a lot more knowledge than we do. They have videos that families don't have. They have all kinds of shit. Titan shares. Come on, man. Do they have full access to, or even somewhat access to, relativity, which you don't have? Relativity. Remember this. I can't do it without my microphone.
The government has already disclosed over 75,000 documents to the Commission.
August 16th.
Our last day of proceedings was on September 23rd, and we are reconvening today for the purpose of marking a series of documents as exhibits. And the documents being marked as exhibits today really fall into three general categories. The first that are documents that had not yet been received by the Commission as of September 23rd. The second are documents that had been received by the Commission, but not yet fully reviewed and processed such that they were ready to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd. And finally, the third is documents that had been received by the Commission, but not yet identified as needing to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd. The number of documents being marked as exhibits today is 2,036. And that brings the total number of exhibits in the been received by the Commission, but not yet identified as needing to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd.
Not needed to be marked as exhibits by September 23rd, the last day. In August, the count was 75,000 documents over, right? They got documents dumped on them the night before, the last day of the mass casualty. There were documents being dumped on them the entirety through the period between August and September 23rd. We're talking about well over 75,000 documents. The math, by the way, is very bad when you start to run it.
The number of documents being marked as exhibits today is 2,036. And that brings the total number of exhibits in the Mass Casualty Commission's public proceedings to 7,634.
The government has already disclosed over 75,000 documents to the Commission.
7,634.
So I'm not going to go into the rest of the math because then it starts to get warpy. Even their own numbers don't work. What they say they give you versus what was there before the 27th dump. You add them together, don't work. It's not 6,000, which then drops to 5,998. And even if you include the 1,350 documents, which aren't documents, by the way, the vast majority of those are fucking links. So how much do you get? Transparent. There's letters literally being fired back and forth, still into this month, to the last day, which is October 4th. And then they say, well, that was the cutoff date. So I guess anything that you haven't provided by now, well, don't worry about it. It's okay. We don't need it anyway. Witnesses that Chris Wortman is one of them. Former RCMP. No, couldn't find him, couldn't serve him, so he didn't have to appear. So guess what? Griffin's vacated to subpoena to appear. Chris Wortman's vacated subpoena to appear. Obviously down in the States, who, what was it, couldn't bring themselves? Sean Conlock? Not that they have to honor it. They ripped down the interview by ATF because it was 6,000 documents. Plus, I think that they're using placeholder ones. But since then, they pulled down an interview by ATF with Sean Conlock. Why? Who couldn't bring himself, he couldn't bring himself to testify. He couldn't bring himself to come. Nobody in the States gets charged. The Department of Justice down there has zero interest, according to written documents, in doing anything. And way back at the beginning, I remember when they were running through the redaction hearings, initially before Halfpenny Macquarie, there was an agent of the American government that came to give testimony for a day on the redactions of the ITOs. Why? What relevance does it have to the crime is committed here in this country? No, they send somebody here. I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? So, you're talking about this 6,736 67,366 documents, and that was only the number in August. They were dumping until a month ago, the cutoff date, at which point they said anything you haven't produced, which was, they just said, oh, sorry. Lori Ward's like, well, I guess we don't have that. We don't have Butcher stuff. We don't have Mike O'Malley stuff, IMT. The replacement comes in for IMT. We don't have Gow's stuff. Huh? Gow. Okay. Not sure why that would be important. But this is transparency. I would say it's a fuckload higher than that. Probably upward of 70,000 documents that have not been disclosed to the public. And if we're getting things like, I don't know, stuff to do with SiRT referrals and Leather being interviewed on the very last day. So, like I said, wait for it. Don't fucking, don't shut this down. You need the documents. And it will get worse as it goes along because they're saving the best for last. Okay. So what the fuck do you think is in this? That's a hard number. That's a hard number that we know are missing. Then you're ripping down documents that you have currently on there. The interview with the Red Cross, which by the way, like I said, they have the fucking audio recordings for. And well, the thing that they ripped down was the audio recording with the Red Cross, which is still there because people have them, because some fools download. So no matter you pull it down, I'm going to put it out. insane. Insane. We want to be transparent. Meanwhile, you know, there seems to be a host of people who really, frankly, don't want the truth coming out. But you do have some good characters in there.
Passed on was incorrect.
Oh,
And you didn't.
why? My God, maybe I don't pray for things for myself, but maybe I should pray for the ability to manage things technologically. But frankly, I don't want to learn this shit. Downfall of our society.
And Chief McNeil.
Yes.
Right. And to save us having to go through the emails, am I correct in summarizing that you were contacted by email by Chief McNeil that morning?
Yes.
And he sent you an email at somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning offering to provide assistance if needed.
Yes.
And approximately 2 hours later, you responded and suggested that, thank you, and we think we have the perpetrator pinned down in Wentworth.
Yes, that's my recollection.
And you recognize now that the information that you provided to Chief McNeil was incorrect?
The information that I was provided, which I passed on, was incorrect.
And you didn't follow up to, once you became aware that it was incorrect, you didn't follow up with Chief McNeil to correct that?
No, I did not.
And you did not take Chief McNeil up on his offer to have Truro Police take any local calls to take pressure off of RCMP?
No, and as I said in my statement to MCC Council, and it's an area I would surely like to see explored in more detail, Chief McNeil would know that his best contact for this situation, if not people on the ground closer to the action, then certainly the district policing officer, the detachment commander. There are others who he is both more familiar with and who are closer to the action and able to provide him with those sorts of responses. So it's not a good communication line to have established in the first instance. Look, I admit that I didn't get back to him. I was dealing with many other issues, as you're well aware. But I hope Chief McNeil, and I believe he knew enough to look for information elsewhere, any number of sources that he could have gone to with better access and closer visibility on what was actually happening on the ground than myself.
I think.
Okay, so again, went to the wrong person, right? Or probably the inappropriate person. Didn't go to any of the other people. Is it because the other people knew? Like, fuck off? I really think in my heart that SIRT referral, the SITREP report, played a direct bearing on April 18, 19, the events then. I mean, I don't think actually it could be argued that it didn't. If there's beef and pissing between Truro and the RCMP, And you can't count on, because it says in Leather's notes, quote, as of July 7th, members of Truro will not back up our members on calls. A Truro police officer, and then in capitals, well, he's got everything, most things in capitals, but it seems to be more emphasized. Big RCMP hater. I think that this right here played a direct relevance, had a direct impact on the events, or fuck their fucking words, on people getting murdered needlessly. You might be trying to put a message out in which statement? Lucky in her tapes saying we'll use members and the media to fill in the gaps. What'd that mean? Spin narrative. Spin. Yuck. If the RCMP needs something because stuff was going on, the RCMP would call the chief of Truro, even if it was the weekend. I don't know. It seems like there's some kind of channels, right? I would think that would be the appropriate person to call. I'll check and see. There, the DPO or somebody like that. Where's Archie? AFK. Let's not forget 911 dispatcher who got caught saying it's going down. Again, it's there. Don't know. I mean, I'd put it into the same category as Fast and Furious. But frankly, I'm going to say Leather cedes a lot more. When Leather said I would like to have it checked in more detail, absolutely. He's leaving crumbs. He's leaving crumbs. I would have liked to have seen the MCC. What is his words? We'll go back. And I don't see somebody who's like being hateful or anything. I don't sense that in his voice at all. He's not attacking Dave McNeil. I just hear that he believes that there were channels, more appropriate channels.
Chief McNeil would know that his best contact for this situation to see council, and it's an area I would surely like to see explored in more detail. Chief McNeil would know that his best contact for this situation, if not people on the ground closer to the action, then certainly the district policing officer, the detachment commander. There are others who he is both more familiar with and who are closer to the action, able to provide him with those sorts of responses. So it's not a good communication line to have established in the first instance. Look, I admit that I didn't get back to him. I was dealing with many other issues, as you're well aware. But I hope Chief McNeil, and I believe he knew enough to look for information elsewhere, any number of sources that he could have gone to with better access and closer visibility on what was actually happening on the ground than myself.
I think, do I hear you correctly? You're suggesting that he contacted the wrong person. He should have contacted somebody closer to the ground.
Yes.
Right. In fairness, you could have told him that. You could have said, I'm not the guy to talk to. Go talk to Archie Thompson or somebody closer to the ground. Correct?
I could have said that, yes.
And would it also be fair to say that really the reason you didn't respond to him is because you were busy doing other things and you didn't get to it?
Right. It literally fell off the table for me in terms of circling back with him. I would agree with that because of everything else going on.
And notwithstanding the issues of interoperability that you were talking about yesterday and how, particulars that would relate to a direct response to the mass casualty, there really would have been no issue with accessing Truro resources to do things like cover local calls that couldn't, general patrol calls to take some of the burden off of members who were directly involved in the mass casualty.
Absolutely. I hope, a day does come where those sorts of seamless calls and requests for service and understanding exist. Those decisions about the nature of the kinds of deployments you're talking about should be seamless and coming right out of the OCC or the radio dispatch area. And there should be, it should be a seamless transition to the municipal services to help with things like traffic points, road closures, and things like that. I would agree.
On the 19th of April, you contacted SiRT directly, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, you had contacted Acting Director Pat Curran.
Yes.
And that was because the director, Felix Cacchione, was on leave at that time, if I recall.
Director Cacchione was on medical leave for some time, yes.
And you were referring, obviously, the matter involving the shooting of the perpetrator as a SiRT file.
Yes.
And that would be normal anytime an officer is involved in a discharge of a firearm, particularly where, in this case, a civilian was killed.
Yes, the Big Stop incident.
Your understanding is that that would trigger your obligation to then refer the matter to SiRT for an independent investigation.
A clear referral in my mind to SiRT.
You also made two other referrals. One was in relation to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall shooting.
Yes.
And that was because obviously two RCMP officers had discharged their weapons in questionable circumstances.
Yes.
And there was a third referral regarding the Shubenacadie scene.
Yes.
And that's an absolute. If Heidi's gun was discharged, it's an automatic SiRT. And for some reason, remember, he said in the interview, it was 3 and then it got kicked back to 2. So SiRT decided it wasn't. Well, how could it not have been? If she discharged her firearm and she hit him, then why would it have got moved? Odd.
Regarding the Shubenacadie scene.
Yes.
And do I understand correctly that there was a response from Acting Director Curran, and it appears that he was initially somewhat upset about having that matter referred by you?
That's my recollection.
And what was your understanding of what the issue was?
The issue there for me was it was possible that there may have been an exchange of gunfire between the gunman and Constable Stevenson, and that the victim that had been kidnapped, for lack of a better term, by the gunman, Mr. Weber, could his death, albeit we know that how he unfortunately appeared to have died in terms of the incineration that occurred at that scene to the cruisers. Was there a possibility that he was struck or not by any gunfire during the exchange, and that actually contributed to his passing? So it was to say,
Again, I don't want to read into too much what he's saying, and maybe that's. But I'll just leave his words to speak for themselves.
could his death, albeit we know that how he unfortunately appeared to have died in terms of the incineration that occurred at that scene to the cruisers. Was there a possibility that he was struck or not by any gunfire during the exchange, and that actually contributed to his passing? So it was to say, bringing this to your attention in case you decide to invoke based on that very limited fact pattern that I was presenting as something for them to consider.
So just to put it another way, do I hear you saying that in the event that it came to be that in the gunfire exchange between Constable Stevenson and the perpetrator, if inadvertently Mr. Weber had been in any way harmed by a bullet fired from Constable Stevenson's gun, that in your mind would be a SIRT issue?
Yeah, really either gun, because it was as a result of what I understood was an exchange of gunfire between the two. But yes, more so had Constable Stevenson's round struck him.
To be clear, when you made that referral, was there any evidence that you were aware of, anything that you had been told to suggest that that is what had happened, that there was any issue there, or were you simply proactively referring it to SIRT in case they wanted to look at the issue?
Proactively referring. And
so you're not privy to any information that would have suggested that there was a good reason to think that the death of Mr. Weber had in any way related to anything other than the actions of the perpetrator?
Correct.
So why did it immediately get thrown back? Like, just not to have investigated it at all. And frankly, D49 says that it should have been a SIRT referral. And yet they never did any kind of investigation. I'm going to read through Pat Kern's. I'll do it tomorrow. I was going to try and do it tonight, but it's getting late down there for all of you. Jesus, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. To have it immediately kicked back, right? The interview. What day was that? The 20th through the 22nd, and it was already kicked back by that point. And Judge Kern is upset. Just to say, uttered words convey opinion, intention, instruction, because it was only referred to SIRT 2 days after the fact, after they were already investigating. But it got immediately kicked back, which is odd, I think. I've always thought that should have been a SIRT investigation. His looks, he speaks volumes with his eyes.
Now, ultimately, SiRT refused to take carriage of that file.
Yes, that's correct.
But in regards to the other two SiRT matters, do I understand that H Division provided their FIS services to examine those scenes?
At least to one scene, and I believe it was the Shubenacadie scene. I'm not sure that they were involved at the big stop, but yes, they were involved in at least one of the scenes at SiRT's request.
All right.
And that's the photos of them scouring on the 23rd, I believe.
So if I suggested to you that it was RCMP forensic identification services that were sent to examine the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall scene, you don't have any recollection of that?
I don't know which ident section attended the fire hall.
You agree with me that there's an inherent potential for conflict wherein the RCMP is directly involved in the investigation of RCMP officers?
Yes, and again, as I said in my statement to MCC Council, it's less than ideal to have our members involved in a support service capacity when the potential exists, or it's quite apparent that our officers have been involved. But this is an established protocol that the province and SiRT have agreed to with our service that goes back to the inception of SiRT, because they simply don't have the capacity. And given the number of resources that would have been deployed across at least two scenes, they required the assistance of our FIS and their specialized skill set to process the scene on their behalf.
When you worked in Ontario, I can't remember the corollary to SiRT in Ontario.
SIU.
SIU. Use their own forensic identification services, is that right?
Yes, they're a much larger organization, but they're also much more self-sustaining and would have an ident section or FIS section that is in their employ and full-time SIU. I think it's very rare that they use any sort of outside expertise pursuant to their investigations. They do, but it's rare because they have capacity.
And that's specifically to avoid impacting in any way the independence of that investigation.
I'm sure that's what the SIU director would say, yes.
Now, it would be normal in a certain investigation that obviously you as the crops officer or senior management would make the referral to the director of SiRT, in this case, Pat Curran.
Yes, I mean, there are a number of authorities that can make the referral, but given the magnitude and severity, I thought it appropriate for me to have telephone communications with Mr. Curran, which started early on, and that'd be myself also, given the magnitude. But what I would say is it's actually not typically me that has those discussions with the director. More often than not comes from the detachment commander or the district policing officer, as opposed to myself.
Right. In this case, it was you.
It was.
For Onslow and Big Stop.
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't be unusual that you would have some initial communication with SiRT to advise them on what the issue was. And then at that point, RCMP would largely step away from involvement in a SiRT investigation, correct?
Yes, although two things there. If you're talking about criminal operations, our function is to initiate the referral and provide whatever basic information SiRT requires to initiate their investigation. There's that. But what we've already talked about are when specialized policing services are required, for instance, down the line, let's say a day or hours in, those requests wouldn't necessarily, in fact, would not ordinarily come into criminal operations. They would go to support services because it's their specialized policing services that they're looking for deployment.
Am I correct that to the extent that it's reasonably possible, you would want to separate yourself from the SiRT investigation to protect the independence of that investigation?
Yes.
Right. You would not want to be seen as being involved or in any way influencing or meddling with an investigation into the actions of the RCMP, correct?
Correct, but again, it's a difficult line sometimes when we have parallel criminal investigations. So, of course, as it related to Big Stop, that would become a feature of the H-Strong investigation and arguably a central feature. So whilst the H-Strong investigation is running, of course, a SiRT investigation is running parallel. And of course, the MOU and policy talks about primacy and requirements as it relates to joint interviews and other sorts of initiatives, the sharing of forensic ident records and the fruits of the SiRT investigation so as not to duplicate. And so it's critical that the lead homicide investigators in the command triangle have that connection with the SiRT lead. So I just wanted to say that that would be where we are connecting with them on parallel investigations, but very different than inquiries or influence or any sort of inquiries being made from people from the outside as it relates to the SiRT investigation. There's a good reason for our major crime folks to be communicating and liaising with their SiRT counterparts in situations such as that.
Well, let's talk about the Onslow.
I am going to read through Pat Curran's statement next, but yes, you're right. Probably would be best to read that one particular passage right now as it applies. Invasion, you're correct. So they're talking about the Stevenson scene. And he goes on further and he says, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm just going to jump in. So here we were 2 full days in. I think it wasn't until the afternoon of the 19th, the 20th. Let me try again. The 21st that we got the letter. I'm not sure of that altogether, but it was in the first 2 days after the event had occurred. And we had another then sort of guys, you know, being aware of and having seen the scene as they were in the area. And we had no involvement whatsoever in that matter up to that point, none whatsoever. So I don't know who he's referring to. We had guys in the area. And here we were asked 2 days. Well, anyway, that was another part of my thinking. You've got to be kidding. Asking us to take this on now? Or take this on, you get out of here. You know, I mean, I'll tell you, the way I'm talking right now is a mild version of how I was feeling at the time. I was so upset by that. Right, and you know that you agree with me that like the first bit of that letter in which he's requesting that SiRT invoke its mandate, he says, and that would be Campbell, I believe, investigate the shooting of Constable Heidi Stevenson. That's what he also asked, and I said, that's not part of SiRT's mandate, period, when I replied. But it would be if there was an exchange of gunfire, to which there was. and there was no investigation into that. Right. So it's not part of CERT's mandate to investigate if an officer is killed. Right. It's not. Okay. And I'm just going to read for the record, your response to Chris Leather, 18257. You responded to him the next day, April 22nd. I can bring that up if you want to look at it. I remember the letter. So, this is obviously very upset. I'm sure you remember it. Says, laughing. Pat Curran, I don't think I have a copy of it, but I definitely remember it. There's no harm in showing you. I'll just bring it up here. And it looks like the next day, April 22nd, you respond and you discussed CERT's mandate, which says provide oversight of policing by providing independent investigation on serious incidents in the province. Then provides the definition of serious incident. You talk about the referrals that you did accept that were both informal. That's Enfield and Onslow. These investigations began the same day. You accept both those referrals and you continue your investigations, and that's it, right? You're not going to accept, you didn't explain here, but you're not going to accept this third referral? Right. Okay. And so was there any tension between yourself and Chris Leather as a result of making this decision? I would say there probably, there undoubtedly was. I mean, I was already upset because of the way this had developed, right? And there was, this was on my side and there was no question about it. I had expressed myself, at least directly, if not really forcefully enough, that in a couple of weeks later, I sent Chris an email or a letter or something apologizing for the tone. So he's pretty upset. Not for the content, but for the tone of what I had said, especially in view of the fact, considering what was going on, not just in the province, but within the RCMP at the time, that my tone was probably out of place. Okay. And I don't think I said it probably, I think properly. And so I apologize for the tone. I did not in the slightest, nor would I then or now apologize for the decision. I would not then or now apologize for the decision. Right. And you had much, Chris and I am quite sure that we had further conversations about other things after that, which were like, audio appears to cut off here briefly. For the most part, he and I would said have said had a good relationship. Yeah, and you interacted with him much prior to these events, or I mean, a number of times. Yeah, the most, I think, in person, maybe once, maybe a couple of times on the phone, a number of times through the occasional email or text message, a lot of times, probably. I couldn't put a number on this, but it was, we certainly had quite a lot of communication. It's kind of all over the map. And how would you describe your relationship with him prior to this? There was one other matter that I don't intend to get into, that had happened just before this, that had left me peeved. Okay. One matter, which he's not going to get into, because it seemed to me, caused us to have to do quite unnecessary work. Okay. And that was in my mind, okay, at the time, no doubt about that. It was all very fresh, like it had maybe been within maybe 10 days. So there was that, or that was there. And that was that was part of why I was as forceful as I was. Thanks for, and then he interjects more. But before that, I would have said that we had a very good relationship, and I wasn't there very long, obviously, after that. And he moves along, but I guess that's because Felix comes back to work. I do recall having conversations with Chris, at least on one other matter after that. Seemed to me it didn't have any, I mean, I can't tell you what was in Chris's mind about all this at the time, but from the standpoint of what the communication was like, it seemed to me to be perfectly fine. Yeah, so you think, let me know if I get this right, but you had a decent relationship with him prior to this, you know, issue that came up right before, whatever he doesn't want to get into, and then this, and then afterward, you were able to kind of rebuild that relationship. Is that what you're saying? Well, I can say I was gone pretty shortly after that. So I would take that as they didn't really make up. Yeah, and then about a month later, okay, so great, thank you for that. So then we get into Keith Stoddard and some other things, which I won't get into at this point. So anyway, I don't, you know, and Pat Curran, they've said they named him in the gun stuff and said that it was him. And that was dependent on him. And he's like, no, I wasn't involved. A lot of stuff going on here at the same time. Strange thing for the transcription to write down. Which was the AI to write.
Specifically. Do I understand correctly that at some point before that investigation was concluded, that the director of SiRT, Felix Cacchione, met with you and other members of the issues management team at RCMP headquarters?
Mr. Cacchione did meet with Darren Campbell, John Robin, and myself, and Glenn Byrne, and the topic of that meeting or discussion had to do with radio communications. And I believe there was even a member of the EMO, Emergency Management Office, who was there, who deals with radio communications, portable radio communications, or police communications. And that had surfaced in the media as an issue in terms of the communications issue, and there were discussions about hard body armor interference, members talking over each other, communications issues. So Mr. Cacchione wanted to bring people to the table who could shed light on those issues. So the SMEs, or subject matter experts, as it related to radio communications, were the EMO member and Mr. Byrne, for us, Glenn Byrne, who I know is a witness here previously. And I would describe it as about an hour-long conversation. And that was the nature of those discussions.
So just to be clear, was the director of SiRT seeking information from your subject matter experts, or from you or Mr. Robbins, or was he providing you with information?
I would describe it more as he, and as I recall, he brought one of his investigators as well. So there were two members from SiRT there, had questions for the two SMEs in particular as it related to the radio system, transmissions, interference issues. And I was really there to broker the discussion because I was Mr. Cacchione's counterpart. And so I facilitated the discussion.
Who was the other member of SiRT that was attendance at that meeting?
Sorry, it'd be in my notes. I don't recall. He was one of the investigators from SiRT that joined Mr. Cacchione, Director.
It was a SiRT investigator? That's
Yes.
Was it a Mr. Legier?
I know Mr. Legier certainly was one of their investigators at the time, but I think their whole staff were obviously engaged on the various investigations. I don't recall.
Why was John Robbins at that meeting?
Because by this time he was obviously in the division and assigned to the, we'll call it the H-2 disclosure prep, and no more reason than that. That was his role in the division.
To be clear, when Mr. Robbins came on initially, it was as part of the issues management team.
The issues management team wound down in that iteration very soon after Mr. Robbins' arrival.
And it turned into
H-2.
Okay.
The mandate changed slightly, the makeup of the team. There was a real transition then from when Derek Santososo was there to when Mr. Robin took over.
Okay. And am I correct that whether it was, I appreciate that you're saying that the mandate changed to some extent. And just to be clear, we're going to talk about the issues management team, but initially that group was formed to deal with issues, and that morphed later into the H-2 group that was more focused, as I understand it, on disclosure for this process, for the Mass Casualty Commission.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary in terms of the evolution of IMT to H-2.
It's not, in neither iteration was it part of the H-Strong investigation. It wasn't an operative group.
No,
in terms of actively investigating the mass casualty, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then my question is presumably Mr. Robbins is, I mean, you're the crops officer at that point, but Mr. Robbins' only role is in relation to whatever iteration, the issues management team or H-2, a non-operative group. Why is he there in a meeting with the director of SiRT?
I mean, aside from asking him, of course, I would say for interest's sake, and likely Chief Superintendent Campbell invited him to the discussion. He would have seen some value for Chief Superintendent Robin to be there for those discussions. Nothing more than that. He was I would describe more as a passive observer during the course of the meeting. The bulk of the conversation, as he said, had to do with technical questions around the radio system.
Do I understand correctly that that after a SiRT referral has been made, and subject to some of the exceptions that you've been talking about, if the member involved in a certain investigation wants information from SiRT, they would not contact SiRT directly, correct?
I would not expect that to occur. I am aware now from my MCC interview that did occur. And if I'm being honest, that's the first time I became aware of that contact was actually during my interview. It would be inappropriate and highly unusual for such a call to be made. What I had said at the time was it wouldn't be unusual for the Police Federation to make inquiries, particularly for protracted investigations where things run into the many months or a year and beyond. On behalf of a member, maybe, but the member directly, very unusual.
And to be clear what we're talking about, there was an incident in which Constable Terry Brown, who was one of the subjects of the Onslow Fire Hall shooting, contacted one of the SiRT investigators to get information about the investigation. That's your understanding?
Well, that's how it was described to me, and again,
well, that's my question. I'm asking you, is that your understanding of what that was?
But that was actually what was shared with me in my interview. So like my understanding is rudimentary at best. So was it more innocuous than that, or was it actually as it related to the, as you noted, an update on the status of the investigation? Because they would be very different. And I'm afraid I don't know what the content of that inquiry was.
So until it was raised with you by Ms. Young earlier this month, you had not received any information suggesting that the subject of a SiRT investigation had reached out directly to certain investigators before that investigation was closed. That was news to you.
I don't recall hearing about that until my interview.
And subject to, hypothetically, if it were true that that is what happened, you would agree that that would be an inappropriate contact between the member and SiRT.
If it pertained to the investigation, yes. If it was an innocuous request about something not related to the investigation, then perhaps there could be an explanation, but I don't know what was asked by Mr. Brown.
And presumably in those circumstances, you would expect that an explanation would be asked of the member to confirm whether this was appropriate or not, that there would be some looking into that issue.
Yes.
With respect to Enfield, am I correct that I understand there's parallel investigations, but wherever possible, your position at the time was that the Irving Big Stop was SiRT's scene because they were dealing with that matter. Would that be fair?
It'd be fair to say they had primacy at the scene, yes.
So to some extent, you would defer to SiRT in terms of how that scene would be handled, or getting authorization to release information, for example.
Releasing information, let's say the video captures, the security video, other investigative steps that might have been taken, I would have expected, and I'm certain the MCU investigators liaised appropriately with the SiRT investigators for that kind of evidence.
All right, I want to take you to a document. We're having a little bit of an issue with it this morning, and I'll hope Madam Registrar can help me with it. It's in relativity, just advise the commissioners, it's COM 0027736, which appears to be an email that I can describe. My understanding from speaking with Madam Registrar this morning is that that's not in the registrar's system because it's yet to be vetted, or there is some other issue with it. So unless something's changed in the last hour, and Madam Registrar is indicating it hasn't, what I propose to do is describe the email to the extent that it's relevant, and then we can address how that gets facilitated to others. Hearing no objection. Chief Superintendent, I'm going to suggest to you that you're aware of an email that you were copied on May 6, 2020. And it appears to be an email from Costa Demopoulos to Pat Curran, the acting director at the time. And I just want to read to some excerpts. It appears to be an email suggesting from Mr. Demopoulos to Mr. Curran that an issue has arisen with the videotape at the Enfield Big Stop. Do you know the email I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm going to suggest that you were copied on an email where Mr. Demopoulos is advising Mr. Curran that the owners of the gas station Irving have the original copy of the videos, and that what the RCMP has and what SiRT has are simply copies, and that there was some concern that because the original copies were not in the control of the RCMP, that they may be released or leaked to the public. Do you recall a conversation or a discussion of that issue?
Vaguely.
And I'll note that you were copied on this email, but the passage that got my attention is I bring this to your attention, that being Mr.
Just remember, right? The who does the security? Who is the oversight of the security for Irving? Former RCMP, right? I brought his name into the picture before. Anyway, continue on with Toronto Financial.
Demopoulos to Mr. Curran. As the RCMP does not currently control who may access these videos in the future at Irving, make copies or perhaps post them online. Should this happen, it would have implications for both our organizations, presumably the RCMP and SiRT. To the extent that Mr. Demopoulos or Superintendent Demopoulos is suggesting that the release of videos from the Irving Big Stop may have implications for both our organizations. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Well, this is May of 2020, so I'm sure he was quite concerned that had video footage found its way to the media and shown up online, it would not only have significant implications for the organizations involved in terms of the integrity of the investigation, but also the victims' families and the community. It's the last thing that they need to be watching. And Superintendent Demopoulos, again, with his experience, I see that email as him doing his due diligence and trying to flag an issue to Mr. Curran that he should perhaps be aware of. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't know what the follow-up to that email exchange was.
Okay, but you agree with me that the fact of a third party who has, I mean, those videos were not released to Irving by the RCMP or, to the best of your knowledge, by SiRT. It was their own video. In what way would that have had any implications on the RCMP or SiRT if they were leaked by a party unrelated to the RCMP?
Well, I think if we look as a real example that's related to this file, and we think of the Armour Car Company video, for instance, that was leaked by someone online from when the gunman retrieved a cash payment, purportedly. And that was certainly early in the H-Strong investigation. That's not helpful.
Sorry, how is that not helpful?
Well, there's an ongoing criminal investigation still as it relates to the video and his presence there, and it's all part of the H-Strong investigation. I'm not saying that it's not helpful at some point to release it, but I doubt very seriously that either Command Triangle, SiRT, or Major Crime would be wanting or happy to learn that the video from the Big Stop was released with at least without a conversation with the Irving principals about that going out. So there's evidence integrity and investigative integrity issues at play for both organizations, as far as I can tell from what would be key evidence collected by their security cameras at the gas station.
You were testifying yesterday about...
Sorry, Mr. Scott, for interrupting. How are you doing for time?
I'm not doing well, but if we want to take a 15-minute break, I'll go to my notes and see if I can pare some things down.
I interrupted you when you were about to go to another...
I'm about to go to a new section. So
will that be 5 minutes or so, do you think?
Why don't we say 10 minutes so I can speak with my colleague, and then I'll see if I can cut some down.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
All right,
Okay, thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break. We'll resume in 15 minutes.
What do you guys think? Watch some more? Certainly gives you a different insight into things now, eh? It's a little bit more than 15-minute break. Okay. Maybe quite a few of you hanging on. putting the pieces together. Let's see here. Oh, it seemed to say there was a lot more than 15 minutes, but maybe I'm wrong. The Shari Picto or new stuff. You're staying for a while. Leather's breadcrumbs make sense now. Shut her down. Shut her down. Okay, well, let's have. You think it's a separate stream? Okay. Meetings didn't sway. When did that article come out? Huh. Interesting. Well, that's certainly a relevant article, isn't it? Let's see. Missed that. Thank you. Former SiRT director, RCMP memo. Oops. Former SiRT director, RCMP memo, meetings didn't sway decision on Onslow fire hall shooting. A day ago. Updated a day ago. From Salt Wire. Okay. It is unusual and uncommon for RCMP members to send memos containing their opinion to serious incidents response team during ongoing investigation by Nova Scotia Police Watchdog. In fact, only happened once during former SiRT director Felix Cacchione's tenure, when the team investigated shooting at Onslow April 19th. During the SiRT investigation, retired Vancouver police officer Joel Johnson prepared, this is the use of force report, right, on Onslow Fire Hall shooting and presented an independent watchdog. Yeah, there's a bunch of issues with that. Then January 2021, SiRT received a memorandum by Sergeant Bobby Haynes about Johnson's report. Bobby Haynes heading Hoyt stuff, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. Here it is here. In the memo, Haynes, team commander, RCMP hazardous incident occurrence investigation team, Hoyt, analyzed and criticized reports that before the SiRT after he received a copy. In an interview transcript recently released by Mass Casualty Commission, Cacchione said he doesn't recall how the memo came to his attention, but noted it was odd. During your tenure, was it your practice, normal practice, to get memos? Okay, so this is from the video from the other day. Hoyt or any other branch, RCMP during the investigation. Mark Underhill. No, Cacchione responded. Okay, so basically that's from the video the other day. Fair enough. Whatever, 10 days ago or something. I don't remember. Now, sorry, what was... Yeah, you can take your hot photo and put it somewhere else. Nobody's interested in getting scammed or whatever you're doing over there and trying to deflect. All right, so interesting. Okay, so June. Sorry, I'm just looking at the notes here. Now, these look to be Bergerman's writing. So we know that the issue was first raised, of the SITREP report was first raised in June, according to Chris he let that one slide. Meeting done with Chris Leather. Presentation Minister DOJ, H strong update. Managers, Cindy Bears. Cindy Bears is somebody I would like to see some stuff from. They like to redact her from other things. Portapic, privilege, litigation, statutory. Okay, interesting. This irrelevant stuff. Somebody is going to get absolutely shit canned for this. And they're probably going to get sued. Cost of the, okay. Interesting. There's Costa. So maybe Janice Gray, Chris Leather, find out about Truro PD. All right, so here we go. Possible SIRT referral. Costa will do. Shari Picto report. Okay. So thank you. All right. So now this is making sense. I didn't quite understand because there was only two meetings, the Amherst meeting and the Bible Hill meeting, and it came out at one of the meetings. So now this makes sense. Thank you. Shari Picto. I always thought that was odd that there was somebody with the county last name. Interesting. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not saying anything on that level. I wouldn't. Paper trail. The receipts tell the tale, and they will always. Now we go to fast forward to October. Now, October 30th is when it comes into her again. October 29th, the SITREP report was drafted and sent to Bergerman. But I don't think it was received or something until the 30th. In office to pick up Brian. Okay, so Brennan, I don't understand pick up, but anyway, okay. Enfield detachment, depart Enfield at office, irrelevant. Of course, everything's just irrelevant, even though, of course, everything is to do with all this is relevant. Moving along, lots of irrelevant and tasks being done. Interesting. Over here, we have solicitor client. Priority province, call next day. Tav. Fleet next. All right. Not sure. Can't really read that. Going to funeral. All right. So in here certainly would have been the 30th. There would have been stuff to do with the referral, because that point it went off to the commissioner again. Let's see, what page is Shari coming up? Scott Feener, Julia Cicchetto. Okay, so there's president of Nova Scotia Chiefs, and there is the right here. Chief Cicchetto has knowledge of some of the information. Picto confided in Julia. So why hasn't Julia ever brought this forward? This is really going to upset what's going on, the policing down in Nova Scotia on a big level outside of Truro and RCMP. Voting members, NSPCA, okay, so that's all to do with the Nova Scotia Chiefs meeting stuff. What's with the green in the notes? You mean the green pages? Probably her scribble pad. Pick up Brian at office had new minus. new minus, and something command posts back in office. Huh. So did Brian Brennan come to Nova Scotia? And I saw that earlier. I don't think I caught that there, but looked like Invasion said that, Leather said that Brennan was in on the call. Is that correct? On the 28th, April 28th, guns call? Brennan was there? Debbie's taking notes, so those would be good to have. Somewhere way back in my Twitter, there's Debbie or something. Rob Doyle, tasks up to date, not. Okay, so. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Julia Cicchetto is the president of the Nova Scotia Chiefs, but that's why, like, honestly, that SiRT referral is a barn burner. I thought it before, but now if it's saying that Sherry Pictou as a person confided in Julia, I thought it was the detachment. Oh no. So you had another female, and she sits as co-chair of the domestic violence for the Nova Scotia Chiefs. She, of course, recently retired from Kentville and appeared. What was her role in the MCC? What did she come and comment on? I forget. This is going to be potentially very bad. Did RCMP getting the boot from the Chiefs have anything to do with this Truro feud? I don't know. Who knows? Yes, I believe you're right, because there isn't a meeting. There is not a quote Pictou meeting that I was aware of. That was the only thing I could. And though I had seen the name, very good. I totally missed it. Thank you. Shari Pictou statement. Okay. The disintegration of the integrated units down in Halifax. I think this is really going to get bad. I don't know what town hall it was at. It must have been Bible Hill. The Bible Hill one, not the Amherst one from Sergeant Bernard. All right, so Shari Pictou is with Truro, right? Sergeant. She looks familiar. Maybe not. liaison officer for Pictou Landing First Nation. I don't know if I've ever dug into her. Anyway, the point is, used to be with Cape Breton. This could be very. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. No. Oh, hold on a moment here. Okay, so she's with. I don't think there's going to be too many people named Shari Pictou. Do you think? So it looks like she's kind of transferred forces here a little bit, maybe. Possibly. Looks like she got, unless there's another Shari Pictou. Let's see. Give me one moment. So she is with Truro. Oh, wait. Now, this is Shari Pictou RCMP, right? Back in 2018? No, 2022. Okay. Constable. And then we have Shari Pictou Police Sergeant, Truro. Two Shari Pictous. All right. So which one is it? There are two. It appears. Let me check one other thing. No. Okay, so who's the picture of them? There isn't a Shari Pictou with the RCMP that I can see. But there is that picture. Which is clearly RCMP. Looks like it could be her mom. I don't know. But that's... I'm not seeing a Pictou, interestingly enough, though, in the in Graves. Weird. They have a... Ooh, Wait a second. I may have seen this before. Picture? Yes, I have. Oh, that's rather interesting. This was one of the first pictures I had. Right here. Of Dave Gannon. And I put in Shari Picto. Let's see where it is in here. Here we go. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't do that. Oops. Huh. So are there two Shari Pictos? One appears to be younger. I'm thinking it's the RCMP one, but let me continue. Okay. All right, that's that other post again. Okay. I think there are two. Hmm. There are. And I've read this document before too. I didn't. I've read this exact document. Fuck. Constable Angela McKay, primary investigator RCMP on this case with support other RCMP major crime investigators including Corporal Shari McKay, Constable Trevor Gallen, Robert Daly, Corporal Calvin Baird, and Constable Jerry Rose. Corporal Picto was a Truro investigator assigned to the RCMP Major Crime Unit. Okay, so is it this? Interesting. Okay, so she's seconded. And Sergeant Paul Vickers was the head of the. That's why I knew that he was head of the Major Crime Unit. Went on April 18 and 19 was this document. Huh. They don't. One looks a lot younger, but maybe she just dyed her hair. No offense, ma'am. Oh. Isn't that interesting? Okay, well, that might explain tensions. Somebody who's kind of in both departments, both forces. I'll see if I can find out some more about that. Not that she looks old. It's just I guess the hair set me off. And I could see maybe how Bernard knows her. The picture I had is Shari from Shuby. Well, it looks like seconded to Bible Hill. Major crimes. Interesting. So was she the victim? No, Vickers major crime, Bible Hill. At that point in time, I'm pretty sure. Not for long after. Then it changed to people were, that was all very fluid, people moving around, especially in Northeast Nova. And I in no way am I trying to stalk these people. I frankly don't care. It's not my intent. I just trying to understand. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, there. Wasn't that the article that I posted up there? Major law, the law enforcement women thing, which is an interesting group, by the way. That's an interesting group. Fitch has a lot of connections. Fitch and her significant other. But I never understood how that was exactly allowed to carry on, but never mind. Perhaps it's because she's very connected. Anyway. Yes. Well, she's definitely part of it. So was she a disclosing person? As in one of the witnesses? One of the police officer witnesses? Or was she the victim? Don't know. Seconded to Bible Hill. Major crimes. Okay, so something happens in Bible Hill when she's seconded. I think that's probably a reasonable theory. It's just a theory. I do hope this women stuff. Somewhere I have that wretched photo or a wretched painting painting. Ooh. There is a very big problem with the sexism, misogyny amongst certain members, and it's just kind of ignored. But not like we've not been talking about that for a couple years. She was promoted to sergeant with Truro in 2018. Okay, so Susie Bootland timeframe. Well, she gave the 2-hour statement, Sherry Pictou. The other name in here, too, that was mentioned was Detective Constable Bruce Lake. Again, why did I think it was Jennifer Lake? There was a reason I thought it was Jennifer Lake, but I do believe somebody corrected me on that, so thank you. I demoted in RCMP to constable? Or, sorry? Okay. Time frame, follow the time frame. So she's corporal in 2016, is that right? In the RCMP, and then constable in 2022. Is that? Yeah. Are these two different people? Well, then it would be 3. So she did take a demotion? Because in the 2016 Atlantic Women article, she's referred to as a corporal. She could be misidentified. That's possible. This is the 2016 article, right? 2016 Atlantic Women in Law Enforcement Conference. So, she is referred to as a corporal here, but then in 2022, we have a constable. I'll have to fish around and see what I can find out. 2022. Okay. Then that explains Bernard. Because Bernard is detachment commander. And Bernard is how it came to light through Sergeant Bernard. And of course, he seemed to be those statements we read through. way back, he was very upset and then quit. I can't believe that there's honestly more than one Shari Pictou law enforcement person in Nova Scotia. It does seem odd, doesn't it? But then, yeah, it's the same person as the LinkedIn with the TPS uniform. Okay, so the TPS, or sorry, the LinkedIn is a younger one, a younger picture. Not that she's terribly old or anything, I'm not saying that, but Facebook only mentions constable. So, well, the Atlantic, the 2016 article certainly indicates, or where did we see that here? I think she's seconded. Right? Didn't we read that anyway? It's very possible just to get the wrong rank. Anyway, I won't. Huh. Hmm. Oh, wait a second. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, so sorry, phone call there. Possibly what happened was She may have been on loan, but when things turned very badly there, she transferred to Truro. She's transferred now to RCMP. Any which way, she's working, and this could explain some of this difficulty. I'm wondering about this part here. Oh, now. Could be nothing. Let me check one thing though. And I don't want the fuzzy stuff floating around getting people sidelined. So please just take everything very slowly, but sit here. Let's see. Let's have a look at this. Missing. Find. Missing. Wait a second here. Okay, let's just have a read through this here. So this is Darren Bernard. I'm just going to look over my notes here for a quick second. I know you talked about the relationship that you had. So Darren Bernard, RCMP, former retired sergeant, head of the Millbrook detachment. One of the good guys, I'd say, for sure. Talked about the Colchester working relationship. I just wonder what extent, if all, you worked with municipal forces in Truro. Truro, again, was complicated. I was a constable in Truro in the late 90s in Millbrook. So their leadership, constables on the street, I knew them very well. I've known Chief McNeil and Deputy Hearn since they started because they were all at the same vintage. However, over the years, the relationship, I wouldn't call it strained, became a little bit more complicated in the fact that I returned. I'll give you an example. When I returned to Truro after many years of absence, posted major crimes tour. I shouldn't say that. We have had few issues, major crimes, because we were all mandated to audit some of their files. Okay, so that never is usually a good thing for relations. So it didn't have, I believe there was some tension pre-existing with some RCMP members reviewing some of their files. When I became a sergeant in 15, and went there. I believe it was there. I didn't get that. I didn't get right at that year, but I believe it was in 16. So Millbrook First Nation is the only detachment in the entire province that doesn't have a school in it in the area, because community Millbrook is actually, sorry, I should back up. Okay, Sydney. I don't know if you're familiar with the Sydney area. Member 2. Okay, just bear with me. Primarily a prominent Indigenous woman, Victoria Paul, passed away in their cell block, so Truro, due to poor care. Very bad relationship with McMahon. Okay, I don't think then this was. All the names, wow, maybe I'm reading this wrong. Yeah, no, you're not. That was where I saw her name. Must have been. And I was like, oh, okay. Weird name, just kind of filed it away. And then I think I may have seen it, though, come up a couple of times. Not in Bergerman's notes. I saw it somewhere else. So interesting. Do work shifts regular members as regular cases, don't they? All names maybe. Wow, I'm reading wrong. It's crossed out. It looks a bit like July 3rd, 65476. July 3rd. Okay, do I have that? Hold on a moment. What's the 65476? 65. No, I don't have that one. Okay. So we'll get it. 4756. 65476. 65. Oh. 476. Bergerman excerpts. Okay. Page 2. Oh, right. This one that you linked before. Costa, Janice, Chris Leather, brief about Truro PD, possible SiRT, will do Shari Picto report. Costa will do Shari Picto report. Well, I think she's reporting. She must be the complainant. Or the person who Looks like July 3rd. All right, 1 minute, please. Okay. May 16th. When Constable Shari Pictou joined RCMP, she brought over 20 years of experience in Nova Scotia to the job. Born Truro, raised DeBert, Constable Pictou is a member of Millbrook. Okay, so this now making sense. Bernard, right? Went to Cobequid Educational Center, paralegal diploma. Constable Pictou attended Atlantic Police Academy. Now that's come up a lot of times in these documents. I don't know if they're just places to waylay people with lots of paper, but there's a lot of Atlantic Police Academy stuff. Before starting her career with Truro, while a member of Truro's Integrated Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit, okay, Constable Pictou worked with members of the RCMP and learned all the opportunities. 20, she applied for RCMP Experienced Officer Program. Constable Pictou is now serving as a major crime investigator. This summer, Constable Pictou volunteering in Camp Courage, First Responders, 8-day camp, empowers young women 15 to 18. For the first time, the camp is partnering with the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center. Constable Pictou, who didn't have a First Nation first responder role while growing up, is looking forward to mentoring young. I'm excited to meet the future generation. So she transferred. Huh. Ah, 7/29, July 29, the day the SITREP. Well, the SITREP was written on the 10th of July. Originally found in June. Came to light in June. To the Atlantic Police Academy. Oh, I don't know about that. They're gonna try, obviously, but I mean, I think you can force their hand. I believe that's possible. You know, just like they can throw in extra hearings for stuff. I think it's possible if there's enough of a stink to get an extension. Yeah, well, it says integrated major crime, right? Right there. Integrated Nova Major Crime, but she transferred. She brought with her 20 years of experience. April. Wow. So this is right after the shit hits the fan. She moves from Truro to, which she was just working in the integrated unit, but now transferred. And it looks like in the two preceding (2020) So she certainly would know Bernard. So that lines up. Uh-huh. Now, I don't know. This has to be related. Future of joint, is it joint federal operations? JFO? Major crimes, Detective Constable Bruce Lake. Now, Lake comes up in the ITOs, I believe, in an interesting place. Let me see. Oh my, that's not a good search. Oops. Okay. All right, here's Jennifer Lake. Maybe I wasn't off. I don't know. Provided a statement to Jennifer Lake, Detective Constable with HRP. Now, Detective Constable is a rank, is not an RCMP rank. So was she working integrated? Received a text from Lisa Banfield, which was a picture of Gabriel Wortman in the warehouse around 6 p.m. Blank went to Portland Street April 19th and was met by police. Okay, so this is Maureen? Is that right? Gabriel Wortman was a sociopath and cheated on Lisa. Blank said if there was anything going to happen, it would be Gabriel killing Lisa and then killing himself. Gabriel's an embalmer. Lisa Banfield, Gabriel Wortman lived. Da, 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 da. It's Janice? Okay. Bruce comes up too. Where is he? Must just be her. Here. Okay. Right, so we have now he must then be, because that's not a rank. Bruce Lake, Detective Constable, is not an RCMP rank. So you have Bruce and Jennifer. Jennifer, who's in the ITOs, and Bruce, who's Yeah, okay. Then that probably fits better. Yeah. MCU. So let's see here. I swear I've seen him somewhere else though. Friends. Ah, okay. Okay. So Bruce Lake is Truro. So he equally must have been brought over to major crimes, the integrated major crimes unit with Shari. So he has some connection to all this. Future of JFO MCU. JFO. Joint. Just looking at it the other day. Joint Forces Operation. Now, I don't know of any joint forces, though, in Nova Scotia. Let's see if we can find. Okay, what's this? Um, 3 days ago. One moment. Pasadena and Meadows. Percocet. JFO wet. This is Newfoundland. I don't think I was able to find any in Nova Scotia. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't potentially work together. Let's see what else. JFO West, which is Newfoundland. Okay, wait a second. Long ago, what was that? Right, let's see. I hope I saved that. Okay. Mm. The email of the business deal. Uh-oh, I think, sent him a screenshot. Picture. I thought I saved it. Oh, man. Probably my fucking memory runs out and then I lose what I had. Let's see if I can find it. Who sent the picture of the business deal, the real estate? His friend, who was a friend of Wortman. How did they phrase that? And the warrants. I don't want to be wrong. That's the problem. I may have a long time ago, Lake's name may have come up, but when I did some tracking on a picture, but I don't know if that's right. Bergen? No. Remember the screenshot of the business, it might tweak my memory if I see it again. Nah. Oh, oh, oh. Right there. Is that it? Okay. Constable Stephen McKay received information from his friend Blank that had been in communication with Gabriel Wortman April 14 and 15. With respect to some potential business. The following screenshots were provided by Blank that showed Wortman was also using Blank and an email address. I thought at one point I was able to trace who originally sent the message. I don't think Von Bargen is friends with Stephen McKay. I don't think. And it doesn't fit the, see, like if you see the blank, here is the name, right? Here is the name again. But here, right here, is also the name. But obviously it's much bigger. So I believe it is another policeman. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 26, 27 characters, maybe. Another tuber blue apple did. Yeah. Darren Smith, Inspector, TPS. We have a half dozen encrypted radios on our CID division with Joint Forces Operation. All right, so the joint, what was the channel? The one channel that they didn't release? At least, well, there's at least one, but they referred to it. I know I brought it up before, the joint channel. Yeah, I'm not going into that. I'm not going into that. 27 characters. Isn't this funny? I'm looking through my files. This is, when is this? Wait a second. Where's the original? It's not this year, I don't think. Anyway, I think it was prior to mass casualty. And I'm looking for this thing. and here I'm like, does RCMP Constable know Gabriel Wortman? Wiley. Now came out, right? Greg Wiley provided screenshots of his conversation with Gabriel Wortman. Okay, so that could be Wiley, who's sending the email. Constable, RCMP Constable Greg Wiley. That could fit. Detective / Constable Bruce Lake. I don't know. I agree. There's something fishy about Wiley, but it could just all be a red herring to get people running. They've been throwing so much chum out. It's very difficult to ascertain. So that was a non-starter lead. Sex, money issues, predatory allegations. Blank focus much of the information of impropriety. Like, how are they going to possibly explain this as irrelevant? No, you guys have built yourself such a shit house. It's going to come apart at the seams. You can't keep saying everything's irrelevant. So Bruce Lake got a bump. $2021. Oh, they will. Everything has its time. Patience, though, is important. So why would his name be mentioned there? 2-hour recorded statement from Shari Picto, who then gets transfers to RCMP from Truro. Oh, wait. This is what I'm looking for. No. Found. This is Darren Bernard's statement to the RCMP, which was not a happy statement. He's very angry, and he swears all over the place in this, and they're not supposed to, but I'm wondering if he says something in here. I missed. Hmm. Hmm. That's all very weird. He's trying to make sense of a lot of things he can't make sense of. Babysitting. I think she just hasn't updated her LinkedIn. Doesn't seem likely that there'd be two ladies with the same name. Plus the Facebook post that I showed a little while ago that was sent to me. I don't think he says anything about anything here. New guy in Bible Hill. Oh, The new guy in Bible Hill, Nick. I don't know his last name. I don't remember you saying that at all. There's something funny with all the transcripts. I agree, but maybe the picture is older. I don't know. Hmm. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm just reading through some. Excuse me. Well, I don't. 29. You just keep hanging on. Good for you. Okay. Well, I know this is a really important one. encourage people to dig and let me know what you come across. You can email me. That's my email, or you can reach out to me on the tweeters. I believe we can get somewhere with this one, but it just requires a little bit of digging. Oh, a couple people joined. Interesting. Anyways, thank you ever so much for hanging in so late. Down there, 3:06. 24 or more. God bless you. God bless you all. God bless the 24.